Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter. I'm joined this morning by Tali Hafar. He will be our legal expert today, helping us understand the events as they progress in what is day 7 of full testimony in the trial of former Uvalde Schools police officer Adrian Gonzales. And today, for the first time, we are expecting to see body cams. But before we start our discussion, I'd like to play the story that Rania Kerr did, summing up yesterday's events.
This morning, retired Sergeant Daniel Coronado is one of the key witnesses expected to take the stand. His body-worn camera the day of the shooting is already released to the public.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Taking the stand Wednesday, Robb employee Melody Flores, who didn't want to show her face on camera, heard on her radio that a gunman was trying to jump the fence. She says she ran outside to warn the kids.
The announcement to you had been that there was a shooter?
Yes.
But wouldn't that pose a threat to you?
Right, but I wanted to make sure that the kids were in and safe.
She would come across the shooter and a police officer who defense says was Adrian Gonzales as she was running back for shelter.
That's when I said that he was heading into the 4th grade building, and we needed to stop him. We needed to go in and stop him before he went in.
Flores has been mentioned throughout the trial because of that encounter. Expert witnesses, including officers, were questioned about their experience and training. Emotional testimony continued with 4th grade teacher Mercedes Salas, who told her students to pray so they wouldn't hear the gunshots, an impossible task as the shooter walked the hallway.
I heard kids screaming. And when they screamed, I heard the gunshots. Then I didn't hear them anymore. So I knew something happened to them.
Parents of survivors relaying the continued impacts their children have from the shooting.
Is the child that you picked up from the hospital on May 24th the same child that was taken to school that day?
No.
Court starts back up again this morning at 9 a.m. in the Nueces County Courthouse. From Corpus Christi, I'm Rania Kerr, sending it back to you.
Well, Tali, obviously we have heard some tremendously emotional testimony during this trial from teachers, from parents, much of it very difficult to listen to. One of the witnesses that Rania had in her story was Melody Flores, and Melody Flores is really important because she is, when the shooting starts, she goes outside to try to get kids to go back in. She's also a school employee who encounters Adrian Gonzales when he arrives on the scene. He rushes there, he drives up, and he sees her. But there was some important things about her testimony because, you know, they're trying to use her to say that he did not act.
Right.
But the defense was able to point out some real discrepancies in her testimony, and you know, memory is a funny thing.
Sure.
You know, she describes there were no decals on the squad
Right.
car. There were. She says she gives the description of the officer's clothing.
Right.
It's incorrect.
It's physical description
Yeah,
as well.
she
Like
says he has a beard
and
he doesn't have a beard.
Yeah.
She thinks the shooter went in on the south side. He went on the
Right,
west side.
right.
She at one point says that Adrian Gonzales, that she's telling him, you know, shooter's over there, shooter's over there.
Sure.
And says he doesn't say anything, and then later on she says, no, he really did say which building,
Right.
which building. And so there's just a number of discrepancies in her testimony. And so, and again, it's not to say she's not lying. I don't believe
Sure.
she's lying. I think it's really just a function of our memories are just not photographic.
Right, and I don't think that's atypical of what you see with eyewitnesses on a violent, chaotic scene like this. A lot of times, you know, you'll have 5 eyewitnesses to something horrible, graphic like this, and you'll have 5 different accounts, and they all slightly differ. Some people will manifest something in their mind that wasn't there at all. Some people will slightly alter it, and some people have a great recollection and will be able to give it to you. It seems like she's kind of in the in-between.
But how important is it that the defense was able to kind of pick apart her testimony?
I think it's really important because it goes from the prosecution relying on this person as this is cut and dry, this is what she saw, and it lays that groundwork of the first couple of moments of Officer Gonzales being there. And the defense is like, well, hang on a second, maybe not everything's not as it seems. And everything that she remembers. And when you call into question a few of those important details, like his physical appearance. I mean, I believe he had a little goatee or something, but she describes a beard. And if she didn't remember that, or she didn't really remember where she was, what else might she not remember? And that also is laying the groundwork as a defense attorney when you cross-examine other witnesses. The jurors in the back of their mind are going to start questioning everyone's memory.
Right. Well, and like she describes him as having, the shooter as having a handgun.
Yeah.
He has a long gun. And it's just all these things. And but her testimony should, if you were going to convict, would be key, right?
Sure.
To saying that Adrian Gonzales didn't act. Because part of what they need to prove here is under state law, school resource officers have some special duties to act
Right.
in these kinds of cases. And so they're trying to make the case that he did not act appropriately and within his duty.
Sure, yeah. I mean, in a way, you're holding them to a higher standard, right? It's not a regular civilian, and you're not just a regular police officer off the street. Officers who are assigned to the schools do have a higher role and a higher responsibility. And so I think the prosecution's trying to hit in on that he is not just anybody, but we have to hold a higher standard to him.
And it's interesting to me, though, that they have not talked about that law. Like, you know, generally, and you've watched a lot, you've done a lot of trials, I've covered a lot of trials. Generally, in my experience, prosecutors try to tell a narrative.
Yep.
You're trying to tell a story.
Yeah.
And I've not heard them say, talk about this special duty.
Right. Yeah, it's unusual. I was a state prosecutor for a long time, a federal prosecutor. I've been a defense attorney for a long time, and you're right. I think attorneys who win cases are really good storytellers. And you have to decide, is it going to be linear, is it going to be emotional, how do you want to get it out there? And it's interesting. I think they have front-loaded this case with witnesses, with a lot of emotional witnesses. They're trying to really get the jury to sympathize and empathize with the families, which is understandable. I mean, anybody who watches this, just watching that little news clip that we just did, it stirs emotions within you. But there needs to be an undercurrent, if you're a prosecutor, of these are the elements we need to prove, here's how we need to get there. And yeah, it's been a little bit muddled at first.
Yeah, I've struggled to understand the approach, and I get the emotion. A lot of the victim testimony has felt more like victim impact testimony. Like it would be, okay, he's been convicted, and now we're doing victim impact.
Right.
Why do you think that would be allowed? Or
well, it's interesting. Not all judges would allow it. There's a very thin line there about where you can't cross over into being victim impact, and we don't want jurors to make emotional decisions. We want them to follow the law. And for the prosecutors, they've been able to convince the judge so far that the witnesses testified are having some sort of relevant testimony that has to go towards the law itself. I think depending on the judge, depending on the attorneys, that would be questionable. I understand their strategy, and it's valid. You want the jury to really have a visceral emotional connection and feeling, possibly before you start digging into the facts and the elements of the law and getting into the legalese of it.
of course, we're also now starting day 7 of testimony, right? And today is the first day we're going to see a body cam.
Yeah, which is different strategies, different folks. It's easy for us to armchair quarterback.
Well,
from
that's what
here,
we're going to do,
right? I don't necessarily agree with that. I was a prosecutor for a long time. I always believed, the theory of primacy, recency. You need to get in front of the jury, put that stuff out there really quick, make your points. The longer a trial goes, the more diluted your argument becomes, the more diluted all the testimony becomes. Everything's less impactful. So I do think them drawing it out and not putting on key evidence like the body cam footage, it's taken too long to get into it.
Yeah, we haven't heard a dispatch recording.
Yeah, that as well.
We early on, we did hear a couple of 911 calls. We heard a 911 call that a funeral home worker made. We heard a 911 call that a teacher made, and they were difficult and painful to listen to. I mean, there's nothing about this that's easy.
Well, and again, I think that's the prosecution strategy. I mean, they really want to dig in deep to that emotional feeling that we all have, and they're hoping that the jury sticks with that, and then when they get to the elements part and the more I mean, sorry to say this, but a little bit more of the boring legal aspects of it, they'll already have made up their minds. They'll already dug in and, hey, we're going to convict this person. This was a horrible tragedy. Somebody needs to pay for it. The inactions, we will morph some of these facts and some of what we see in the evidence into justifying a guilty verdict. I think that might be the strategy.
You get the sense that they're trying to get him to pay for the sins of all the police
Of
officers out there
course.
that didn't act.
Unfortunately, yeah. You know, there's a old defense theory of used to call it the empty chair defense, and it's, you know, the government's looking for somebody to blame, and so here's my client. Who else should be sitting there though? Who else failed this victim? Who else failed the system? And that's a little bit what's going on here. Where's everybody else? How come everybody else isn't being charged? So, yeah, he is. This officer is being held as a symbol of the Uvalde Police Department, and somebody needs to be held responsible. So let's put a face to it.
Right, yeah, and he was the Uvalde School ISD police
Resource, yeah,
officer.
yeah.
But of course, you had hundreds, more than three.
An
As this-
astounding number. Yeah, really astounding number.
And I don't think anybody, you know, we've talked about this, I've talked about this extensively. There is no part of the law enforcement response that I will justify.
Yeah.
You know, after Columbine,
Yeah.
law enforcement, you know, they learn hard lessons about how you handle an active shooter, because an active shooter has one goal, and that is to kill as many people
Right.
as they can.
Yeah.
And so you don't wait, you don't negotiate, you go in and you take the threat out,
Right.
and that didn't happen here.
Yeah, you know, and it's difficult, and I often used to talk to juries about this as well. I mean, we talked about the prosecution theory and trying to be emotional and make this visceral and get them to be connected to the families and the teachers that were there, and I understand that strategy. And on the defense side, yeah, I mean, the question is, what all are you supposed to do? It's chaotic. We're in a sterile courtroom. We have time on our side. These officers are there. They're not exactly sure what's going on. They have to make second-by-second decisions, not minutes, but seconds. And the prosecution wants to pick that all apart. So do you just run in? Do you strategize? Do you wait for reinforcements? Have had this officer run in immediately alone, would that have caused possibly more deaths? So, you know, you kind of see it both ways, but yes, in terms of just officer training, unfortunately, this tragedy we have, where, you know, month after month we're hearing about school shootings and these mass shootings, and it just rips your heart out. But officers are being trained on how to do that, to your point, and there are certain things that I think the prosecution is going at. Hey, listen, we know about these things. You all train for these events. Every summer, these schools are doing training with police officers. What happens just in case you have a school shooting? And it seems like they're really hitting hard on, maybe you're not following your training.
Right.
You could have done more. You should have done this. And again, you know, as a defense attorney, I would say, well, it's easy for you to say that here.
Right.
You're not in the middle of the situation. You know, even for a police officer, it's scary. You don't really know what's going on. You're trying to assess the situation. The first officers at the scene are tasked with doing so much. Securing the scene, making sure people are safe, contacting others.
So if he runs in and he immediately gets killed,
right?
I'm not sure.
Right. What do you do?
And I think that's their argument.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's interesting because so Adrian Gonzales, he hears the radio traffic about an accident. And then there's radio traffic about a man with a gun.
Right.
And he is the first officer on the scene
Right.
by what we're hearing in the testimony by 45 seconds.
Yep.
45 seconds later, so he arrives south side of the school. You have other officers that arrive, the Uvalde Police Department officers that arrive on the other side of the school, and what the defense has pointed out is that those officers had line of sight of the shooter. One of them had an AR and didn't take him out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions, right? And I would, again, the emotional side of it. I'm a father. You know, I coach a bunch of kids. I've been around children for years and years and years. And, that part of me says, yes, you go in, you stop the threat, you do anything and everything you can. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's part of the job. I mean,
Right.
you can't be scared. You're, police officers, firemen, you run towards danger. And that's why we respect them and hold them to such in high regard. But on the defense side, is it possible that the officer thought rushing in might cause more danger?
Right.
Maybe there is something we need to think about. Maybe we need to assess the situation. And these are split-second decisions. So, the question is emotionally and morally, what are you supposed to do versus legally, what was he required to do?
Right, and I think that the defense is making the argument that he did do what he was required to do. Maybe you didn't like what he did.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe you're, and you and I have now spent way longer talking about this
Yeah.
than Adrian Gonzales had the time.
decisions.
Right. I mean, 45. Just
Yeah.
this brief period of time
Yeah.
to have to assess and determine what do you do.
Yeah.
And the defense is saying, look, he didn't have line of sight of the shooter.
Yeah.
He's trying. One of the things they did was they played a couple days ago. Days are running together here. I think it might have been Monday. Either Monday or Tuesday, they played Adrian Gonzales's statement that he
Right. The
gave.
interview he gave to the DPS officers. Yeah.
And he gives it without Miranda.
Right.
This is the day after the shooting. He
Right.
gives it, no lawyer present.
It's almost just a debriefing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
It
just
has
saying what
that
happened.
feel.
Yeah.
And, he's walking step by step
Yeah.
what he did, his actions, and you don't get the feel that he has any sense that, one, he's going to come under, he's going to end up
Right.
being charged, because
Yep.
probably if he thought that,
Oh yeah.
you would lawyer up.
Of course. Yeah.
How much do you think that will play for the jury, his demeanor during that interview?
Well, it's interesting. It was kind of matter of the fact. He described what happened. He didn't seem evasive or want to hide anything. I will say the other side of it is it wasn't very emotional. And, you can argue this both ways. Police officers see a lot of things. They have
Right.
a very difficult job. Every day they wake up and they put that badge on. From the minute they walk out their door, they're facing a whole different world than a common individual is. And we really can't understand that, right? And if you haven't been there, you can't understand it. So it's difficult to say. They can't be very emotional. They can't be very super passionate about everything, right? We want them to have a calm demeanor in how they respond to things and use their training and fall back on what they need to do and how to follow the law. But in that interview, he was speaking about what happened, but it was a little bit matter of the fact. And again, the emotional part of an individual, right? Because we're just talking about people. The jury is just a group of people, right? They're just
Right.
citizens. And I felt that. I'm watching it and it's like, had he
Did you want him to
choked
cry?
up,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Had he felt that emotion when he was describing the situation, I probably would have felt a lot more sympathy for him.
Right.
But it was just a little bit, methodical, which is understandable, right? I mean, that's how he perceived things, and yeah, he didn't try to hide anything. He wasn't evasive, but I do think had he been a little bit more emotional or shown that side of it, probably would have helped him out a little bit more.
Well, and again, he doesn't think at that point he's under, that he's
Right.
under any threat of, being indicted or,
Right.
criminally charged or made, the poster
Sure.
person for law
Yeah.
enforcement response out there. And of course, we do have another, Chief Arredondo, Pete
Yep.
Arredondo, is the other person charged in all this.
Right.
And he is the person who, when you look at the totality of the circumstances,
Yeah.
feels the most responsible for the law enforcement actions that day,
Right.
or
I mean,
lack
he was
thereof.
designated to be in charge, right? I mean, he's the one making the decisions, and he's the one telling. Yeah. So you would think that, yeah, if anybody needs to be held responsible, he's the one who could order everybody to go in and no, this is a imminent threat. We need to take care of it now. You need to go do this. You need to do that. And it seemed like there was a hesitation on his part,
Well,
which
yeah,
is
they wait.
more disconcerting, right?
Well, 77 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, which is an eternity
Oh my
when you
goodness.
have
Oh my
children
goodness. Yeah.
shot and bleeding and
Yeah. Well, I think the body cam footage I think we're going to see today is going to really, really hit that home. That why you almost want to yell at the screen, why aren't y'all doing something? Somebody order them to do something. And so, yeah, the chief, I think that's a whole different situation.
Yeah, I watched those. Back at the time of this, my son was the age of these children. And so I wasn't sent to Uvalde to cover it. And I just largely avoided watching stuff because I just, in my mind, all I could see was my own kid.
Yeah.
And I just didn't, because you can't be afraid to send your kid to school every day. I mean, that's the reality.
Right.
And so as I began to prepare for this trial, I began to watch body cams.
Yeah.
And you're right, I'm sitting there watching these body cams and I'm going, why do you think it's a barricaded person?
Right.
Like, what are you doing? And it's almost like it became a bit of a like telephone, right?
Yeah.
Like one person said it and then it became like gospel. And I'm like, but why are you thinking that?
Right.
There are children in this school. You don't have eyes on the shooter. You don't know who's in the room with him. How do you not?
It's almost paralysis by indecision, right? Just do something. We want you to do something. And I think, you're bringing up a lot of important points. And I think this trial is not just about this officer and his action or inaction.
It's trying all of law enforcement.
Well, it's not just that. We're talking about larger issues, right? We're talking about issues of gun control. We're talking about mass shootings. We're talking about our schools. We're talking about issues with law enforcement throughout the country. So I think this trial is representative or symbolic of many different issues that the jury is going to bring with them, right? We're not in a vacuum here.
No,
There's
we're
going to be
not.
Jurors who think there are too many guns on the streets. There are going to be some jurors who think, why aren't the teachers armed?
Right.
There are going to be people who think that, all the schools need to be locked up every day. And so you're going to have different backgrounds influencing this, right? Issues with mental health in this country. And so it's not as black and white as this is just what this officer did or didn't do. I think there are other things that the attorneys need to be taking into consideration when making their arguments.
Speaking of locks, okay, so a big issue has been made in this trial, particularly by the defense, about the door that the shooter goes in is unlocked, and from the testimony, apparently was routinely unlocked for convenience.
Right.
Even though it violated school policy, district policy, and then the other problem was that the school had handed out these magnets that would allow the teachers to defeat the door locks on their classroom doors.
Right.
And the lock to 111, where every single child died, 11 children die in room 111, and the teacher survives. He gets shot in the hand and I believe the back, and his testimony was gripping and painful and hard to listen to, like all that kind of testimony. In his case, what happened was the door apparently hadn't been latching properly, and he says he had made work orders. It had not gotten fixed.
Right.
He believed the door was locked, but it wasn't.
Right.
And then so the way that the shooter gets into room 112 is there's a connecting door between 111 and 112. They would leave that door unlocked because he had the printer in his room.
Right.
And it's again convenience, and so.
Right. So in a million years, you're never going to think of this, right? You're not, as a teacher, you're not anticipating this is going to happen. Especially, by the way, in a small city, in a small district like Uvalde. You might think in a bigger city, in a Dallas, in a Chicago, you need to be more concerned about something like that, right? In a million years, they probably never anticipated that.
But if you think of most of the school shootings we've had, they are actually in smaller communities.
Yeah.
They're not. Santa Fe, which is near Houston. I grew up in that area. I'm very familiar with Santa Fe. I grew up in Texas City, and so that's
kind of small. Actually, you're right. Sandy Hook is also not a very large city.
These are oftentimes small cities, and oftentimes some young, disturbed person who, in a number of cases, has attended that school. I don't remember if the shooter in Santa Fe attended the school or not. Obviously, the interesting thing about the shooter in this case is he had attended that school and had been
in that classroom.
He had been in that classroom, and so there's some thought that he was, had been bullied, and
Yeah.
not that does not justify
There's no
what happened.
justification for it, yeah, but there's something in it, some context as to what was in his brain, and yeah.
Do you think that the door locking situation will play into it at all for the jury?
It's possible, you know. I mean, that's one of those situations where it's contributing to the situation, right? But then you have to ask yourself, you know, this young man was unfortunately very determined.
Oh yeah.
Maybe he got out to that door, locked or unlocked. He seemed like he was going to find a way into that school, breaking a window, finding some door,
Right.
doing some, grabbing somebody and making them open it. Is it possible that, you know,
All those things would have slowed him down, though.
yeah, it would have slowed him down. Maybe somebody would have intervened. Something could have occurred. Yes, I think as a defense attorney, you bring it up because you want to help diffuse the situation a little bit. You know, they're trying to lay all the blame at this officer's feet, but look at all these other things that could have gone on,
Right.
all these other issues that contributed to this horrible tragedy occurring. How is it fair to only hold this one person and his decision in a moment liable for all of this? So yeah, you introduce all of those issues.
Yeah, and it's a hard one. Do you put, if you were defending Adrian Gonzales,
Yeah.
you put him on the stand?
I would.
You
I
would.
would.
Talk to me about why.
There are a lot of attorneys who I think are fearful of that. You know, I typically bring that up during voir dire when I'm doing jury selection. And I get the jury comfortable with the idea of, hey, all of these people in their fancy suits and ties and nice outfits and stuff, you know, they've gone to college and law school and done all this training, and they've cross-examined people thousands of times. And you really build up their expertise and experience. Whereas my client here doesn't have any of that, right? This is new and it's scary. And you lay the groundwork and you kind of lower the burden of, if they come out and attack him or change up his words and confuse him, the jury is more understanding because you're coming from somebody who's very experienced in doing this to someone who's not. But I do think it is really important as a juror to hear from Officer Gonzales.
That's really interesting. You know, and it's because I've had some attorneys on who said, you know, I wouldn't put him on unless I was confident that he could hold his own.
Like I said, I think a lot of attorneys are fearful of it. I put myself in the shoes of the jury. They're going to get instructions being told that, you know, him testifying or not should not be taken into consideration. You can't hold that against him. Understandable. But in the real world, if I'm a juror, I want to hear from him directly. And I think he can provide that, especially if he is emotional on the jury stand, if he can connect with that side of it. It would diffuse the anger of the situation. It would diffuse the, hey, we got to hold this guy responsible. I mean, I don't think he's a bad guy. This is an interesting situation where it's child endangerment by omission more than anything else, failing to act.
Right.
Whereas you typically see somebody putting a child in harm's way, somebody leaving their child in a car in the middle of summer for 6 hours.
Right.
Right. You're doing something actively. He's not malicious. He's not a bad guy. I mean, we're talking about, was this criminally negligent? Was it, you know, the failure to act? And I think you really, if you humanize him by putting him on the stand, that would go a long way for the defense in my eyes.
That's interesting because, you know, most of the trials that I've covered obviously have been trials where an officer shot and killed somebody. Amber Geiger, Aaron Dean, those kinds of trials.
Sure.
And they really, well, legally they didn't have to, but they needed to testify, and they did.
Right.
And I would say that I think Geiger helped herself. In general, I would say that Aaron Dean did not help himself in listening to his testimony, but the jury, like you said, needed to hear from them. Why did you do what you did?
Well, I mean, you're asking you're asking to figure out what's in their head at the time, and really, it's impossible for anybody to do that on the prosecution or the defense side. But I do think in an emotional situation like this, you know, the question is going to be asked: why didn't you go into the classroom? And if he's got a good answer that explains that, that thinking in the moment,
Right.
I think that goes a long way.
Well, and yesterday I was struck by, throughout this whole trial, Adrian Gonzales has largely remained
Yeah,
stoic.
very stoic.
Very
yeah.
stoic. But there was one moment yesterday.
Yeah.
And during, so they had a doctor who got on, who had responded to the hospital on the day of this, and they had her walk through. Now, there's some stuff we're not seeing, right? So in the courtroom, they're showing pictures of the children.
Right.
Last week there was autopsy photos. We weren't seeing those, thank God. And there was they were showing pictures in the courtroom of the injured children. And she was methodically walking through the injuries that each child had.
Right.
And it was during that, the first time I have seen him show emotion,
Yeah.
where you saw him, he appeared to be tearing up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and again, I mean, police officers see danger almost on a daily basis. They deal with threats all the time. And so they're not necessarily very emotional individuals. But yeah, I think it's important for that. If I was his counsel, I would say, if you
It
feel
is
something,
under oath.
you gotta-
You may proceed.
Oh, there you go.
Thank
Okay.
you, Your Honor. Would you tell the jury your name?
My name is Daniel Coronado.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
Currently, I'm retired, self-employed.
Okay. And have you had a history in law enforcement?
Yes.
Would you tell us when that started and where your history in law enforcement has been?
Yes, sir. In 2003, I believe I was employed with the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office as a jailer, at which point in 2004, in January 2004, I attended the Uvalde Junior College Middle Rio Grande Law Enforcement Training Center. Graduated in May of 2004, at which point the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office carried my commission as a reserve officer. In 2005, I was hired with the Uvalde Police Department and was with the Uvalde Police Department until 2023.
So 18 years?
Total of 18 years. I did about a year, a little over a year and a half in Mustang Ridge Police Department, and currently have a reserve commission.
With Mustang Ridge in addition?
2023.
Okay.
Mr. Turner, microphone, please.
Thank you. And could you tell us your history with the Uvalde Police Department? Did you maintain the same rank throughout that period of time?
No, sir. I started out as a patrol officer in 2025.
Excuse me, 2025?
I'm sorry, 2005.
Thank you.
And at which point one of my positions that I held was a school resource officer. And I was a school resource officer for 3 years, I believe, at which point in 2011, I was promoted to sergeant investigator.
And what's the difference between a sergeant and a patrol officer?
Sergeant is a position that holds a rank that, well, as an investigator, I wasn't in charge directly as a supervisor of anyone at that point. It wasn't until 2014 is when I was moved over to patrol sergeant. At that point, then I had 6 individuals under my supervision.
And so they answered to you?
Yes, sir.
And if you commanded them, they did as you commanded?
As long as it was morally correct and a lawful order, yes, sir.
And then above you, were there additional ranks?
Yes, sir.
And what are those ranks?
At the Uvalde Police Department, there was, above the sergeant was a lieutenant, and the lieutenants, so it fluctuated. They had, at some point there was a captain, but they ended up restructuring, but it was a lieutenant, and then the chief, and that was it, sir.
So the chief is at the top of the heap.
Yes, sir.
And how many primary law enforcement jurisdictions were in Uvalde during this period of time?
So, how many jurisdictions were
How many law
assigned to?
enforcement agencies, or just the primary law enforcement agencies
Well, there
in
was
Uvalde?
there was quite a few. There was U.S. Border Patrol. There was DPS. There was local law enforcement PD. There was the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. A number of constable offices, which and then and of course the 38 Judicial.
Okay. And so let me start with the sheriff's office. Did they have a primary jurisdiction?
Yes, sir, of the county.
And is that of the entire county or outside the city limits?
So it's entire county, yes, sir.
Entire county.
They had the jurisdiction of the entire county, yes, sir.
And the city of Uvalde,
Mm-hmm.
can you tell us what their jurisdiction was?
Within the city limits, yes, sir.
Okay. And then the school district police, what was their jurisdiction?
Their jurisdiction was any of the campuses that we had in the city of Uvalde, including some that were outside the city as well. I believe, I think they had one in Batesville.
Okay. And so if a crime happened on the school district, who had primary jurisdiction over that crime?
The school police would typically take charge of that incident.
And if the school, by taking charge, does that mean that you were excluded from working on the police campus?
No, sir. No, sir. We had a good relation with the campus police officers. We maintained a working relationship with them. They understood. We notified them if there was any investigations that needed to take place. That if we needed to conduct an investigation, we would notify them and advise them, and go from there.
And they would be primarily responsible?
Yes, sir.
But would you all assist?
As far as the investigation, they would allow us to do the investigation as long as we notified them. But if there, anything that happened on school grounds during the daytime, they would generally they would do the investigation. Yes, sir.
And so if you went onto the school grounds, would that be in an assist role?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Did you sometimes go on the school grounds to assist the
Yes,
school
we
district?
assisted. Yes.
Okay. And by the same token, in the city of Uvalde, who had the primary jurisdiction in the city of Uvalde?
The city police officers.
That would be you and your group?
Correct.
Okay. And did the school district police, were they allowed to assist you?
Yes.
And by assist, I mean, is that different from taking over an investigation from you?
Of course. I mean, if we had a call and a school resource officer, or I'm sorry, a school officer, campus police officer, was in the area, chances are they would stop to see, make sure that the officer was okay. But no, they never took any investigations away from officers. They allowed them to conduct their investigation and back them up.
And that's the same for you. You wouldn't allow a school district officer to take an investigation over that you were engaged in?
Oh, that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And is that also true for the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Would you go into the sheriff's office to assist them with an active crime scene and take over or take that decision-making away from them?
No, sir.
You were there to assist or help them?
If they needed assistance, they would, yes, they would ask generally.
Okay, and so that's what we mean by primary jurisdiction and assistance. Is that fair?
That's fair.
As a police officer, and I'll take you directly to 2022, could you describe for the jury in general terms how you were armed or what equipment you had at your disposal?
I had a pistol, a Glock sidearm. I had, on that day, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
I had an external ballistic vest. I had a baton, 2 pair of handcuffs, 2 magazines, and 1 magazine in my pistol. I had a tourniquet. I had pepper spray, and I had a taser.
Did you have a rifle?
No, sir, I did not have a rifle that time.
Okay. So you talked about the equipment that you had, both in arms as well as protection. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And did you have also equipment that assisted you in recording events that occurred while you were on duty?
Yes, sir, I had a body camera.
And tell us about a body camera.
The body camera that we specifically had, we could activate the camera. It would record in audio and video.
Where was the body camera on your body?
On my chest, sir.
And how did you activate the body camera?
There was a button that you would slide down to activate it, and it would turn on.
And I suppose, was it battery operated then?
Yes, sir.
And so tell us about how long the body cameras would last.
That's a good question, because depending on the age of the camera and the number of cycles that that camera had been charged, it would deteriorate over time. But we understood that generally what happened would the battery would deteriorate. We wanted to get as much as we can, so we were always conscious about the battery, the operation of the camera.
So conscious about when you say get what you can, it was important.
Correct, yes, sir. Well, anytime we would make contact with a citizen, but we would turn it on.
But it wasn't something that was on all day long.
No, sir.
You had to make a conscious movement to turn it on.
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And that was when you were making contact.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. In addition to body cameras, were you assigned a police car?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how your police car was equipped.
So I shared a Tahoe with another sergeant, and us two, we would have emergency equipment like gloves. We had we carried the majority of our equipment with us. We would take it on and off, but generally we'd have like raincoats, cones, things of that nature that we'd use typically day to day.
And was your police car also equipped with the means of recording important information when you investigated or were involved in an active crime?
Yes, sir. It was a dash camera.
And did the dash camera run continuously?
So it would depend on how the administration would set the camera system, or if they would purchase it. If they, there was a number of ways that they could set up the camera system. My particular camera system, if I parked my vehicle and turned off my vehicle, it would stay on for a certain time, and then it would time out, and to conserve battery so that it wouldn't kill the battery on the vehicle, it would shut down. And then once I turn on my vehicle, and I say this because over years it would change, but on that particular one, I would turn on the vehicle, and it would boot up, and it would start the camera system.
Okay. And did that play a part in when your dash cam video started recording on this day, May 24, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain that to the jury and how that worked?
So what happened was, on that particular day, I was at the Uvalde Police Department when the call came in. So I was there for some time, and at that point, by that time, my camera system, the dash cam, had turned off. So when the call came in for shots being fired in the proximity of the school, I jumped into my Tahoe, and when I turned the ignition on, at that point, the process had started where it was booting up the camera system. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. So does that mean then we would have the camera system starting from when you left the city police department?
No, because it takes time for that system to boot up.
And by time, I need to know what you mean by time.
Well, I can't give you the specific time it took for it to boot up. I can just tell you that just like any computer that you turn on, it's going to take time for the system to boot up. And at that point, because on that particular day, I had already activated my lights on my. So what it has is triggers. So anytime a police officer turns on their lights or sirens, depending on how that specific camera system is programmed, those triggers initiate the camera system to start recording. But on that particular day, because I was at the police department, by the time I got on my vehicle and turned it on, I had already activated my lights. But that didn't trigger an automatic recording from the time I left. It took time for that camera system to start booting up. And then at that point, then the camera system then started recording as soon as it could. As soon as the system was booted up. Does that make sense?
And have you reviewed your dash cam from that day?
Yes, sir. It's been a number. It's been some time, but yes, sir. I have seen it.
And when the dash cam begins recording, is that consistent with your testimony about it takes some time to boot up?
It did. I mean, obviously, when I reviewed it, from the time I left the police department to the time I got there, and I was traveling at a pretty high rate of speed, it would make sense that it took that time for that system to boot up the way it did.
And so there's nothing untoward about the dash cam not starting earlier in your travel over to Robb Elementary?
No, sir.
It would just be the standard way the equipment in Uvalde Police Department works.
Correct. Well, my particular camera system, yes, sir.
Fair. And so now I'd like to start with that day.
Sure.
Your position was what?
A patrol sergeant.
And where were you around the 11:30 hour of May 24, 2022?
That day I was at the Uvalde Police Department looking over police reports.
So the sergeant's job is to also look over police reports?
Yes, sir. We typically what we do is we'll look over the reports and make sure that the reports are correct and approve. We make a proof of the reports.
Okay. And that's how you were occupying your time?
Yes, sir. That's what I was doing. Yes, sir.
And how far is the police department from Robb Elementary?
I would say probably maybe like a mile and a half. Would that be accurate? I'm not exactly.
Just in general?
Yes, sir. I mean, again, like I said, it's not too big of a distance. It's on the west side of the city.
And were you familiar with Robb Elementary School?
I was familiar with it. Yes, sir.
Do you have family that was attending Robb Elementary?
I did not have any immediate family. I didn't have any children that were attending. No, sir.
Did you have cousins?
Yes, sir. I sure did.
That were attending Robb?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you familiar with your cousins' age grades in school?
No, not specifically. Not specifically. I knew that. I'll be a little bit more. So, Uvalde is a small community. I mean, it has a population of 14,000. I had extended family throughout the city. Okay. People that I grew up with, people that I knew, cousins, second cousins that I've grown up with my entire time that I was living there. And so of course I had cousins that were in Robb, yes, sir.
And so how were you notified about a problem at Robb Elementary?
So on that day, what happened was while I was doing reports, I did hear, we have a radio so where my office is, it's next to what we call the squad room. And so that's where all the officers would go and do their reports, get paperwork, things like that. And so on that particular day, a radio broadcast came out of an accident that occurred. I really didn't, I mean, I acknowledge it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I wasn't responding to it. I had I believe that day I had 6 officers that were working. I think I had 2 officers that were at the police department doing reports. At that point, a short time later, then I hear that shots were fired at this accident. I knew that it was a close proximity to the school. It was at that point that I jumped up from my desk and ran down the hall.
And when you heard, and I may be getting
Sure.
too precise, but when you heard shots were fired, did that come from a dispatch voice or a police officer voice?
That's a
Or
good.
if you know.
That's a good question. It was from dispatch, I believe. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are your dispatch officers at that time, were they all women?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as best you recall, it was a woman that said shots were fired?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that triggered a reaction in you?
Yes.
And did you just hear shots fired, or did you hear a location?
Well, I knew it was in close proximity to the school. I couldn't recall specifically if it was, I believe it was Old Carrizo Road is what was broadcast.
And just from you working and living there, you knew where Old Carrizo Road was?
Yes, sir.
And is that also where Robb Elementary is?
Yes, sir.
And so why did that trigger a reaction in you?
Well, I knew that shots were fired and it was a close proximity to the school.
And so what did you do?
I immediately jumped, like I said, I got up from my office and ran down the hall, and I started yelling for whoever was in yelling distance. I started yelling that there was shots fired by the Robb Elementary, and ran to my Tahoe and got in it and drove towards the school.
So when shots are fired at Robb Elementary, does that mean all hands on deck?
I would hope so, yes, sir.
And that's why you yelled it out down the hallway?
Well, I yelled it out because, again, that radio is being broadcast in the squad room. There's other offices that are inside the hallway. It's not a very big building, but again, it would make sense that some of the officers or detectives that were working that day, because I was working day shift, there might have been individuals that didn't hear that broadcast out. So when I yelled that out, I did notice immediately detectives immediately getting up from their seats and yelling what was going on, and so I yelled out again, shots fired by the Robb School, and I didn't wait there to explain it to him. I just ran out and jumped in my Tahoe.
And you were thinking clearly enough to act when you heard that there were shots fired at Robb School?
Yes, sir.
And how did you act? What did you do?
Well, when I jumped in the Tahoe, I immediately started. Anytime I get a call, anytime I receive a call through dispatch, if I respond to a call, I'm thinking about the potentials, thinking of what could happen, getting in the correct mindset, and trying to think of what I'm going to encounter as I'm heading to the call. That particular moment, I was thinking what could have happened, because again, the first thing that went through my mind was, okay, we had an accident. There's a good chance that maybe there was a road rage incident. So that was the first thought that ran into my head, was or possibly a bailout. That was another thing that we were just getting hammered with bailouts at those back in 2022.
So you have two pieces of information. There's an accident, and then there's shots fired.
Yes, sir.
And you start playing in your mind out the possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
And that is consistent with what you have known as a police officer. That's how you kind of go through, what am I about to encounter?
Sure. I mean, that's something that, you learn, the first things that you learn as a police officer in the academy, when you go through FTO, those are the things that you prepare yourself, you prepare to deal with the incident you're about to encounter.
And was there a location also? How did you know where to go?
Well, I was heading in that direction, so that particular moment in time, I noticed that the two officers that I had said that were at the police department were driving ahead of me as I was exiting the police department. I was parked in the back, and I was coming through the rear gate, and as I was coming out of the police department, I noticed the two police officers that were there, and they also started responding to the same call.
And so, even though you're the first to pass that information on, you end up third in that line of officers?
Those two particular officers drove a different route than I did. I believe they turned down Evans Street, and I continued eastbound until I got to, what was it? Grove, South Grove. I took a ride on South Grove, and when I got there, those two officers had already been, I saw those two, they were driving Explorers. Those two Explorers were at the intersection of Grove and, what was the name of that street? Geraldine.
Okay. And so we're just talking about a few seconds, but they did beat you to the place?
Yes, sir.
And did you say that's because your car was in the back, parked in the back?
Yes, sir.
Was their car parked in the back too, or
I'm sorry?
were their cars parked in the back too, or
Can
the two officers that beat you there?
Uh-huh.
Were they parked where you were parked?
I don't know where they were parked, sir.
Okay, fair enough. But you get there within just a few seconds of when the other two officers got there?
Well, I can only say that I got there, they were already there. I don't know, I would assume that it was a few seconds. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand the trip over there. Do you go the speed limit when you're answering a shots fired call?
I didn't know, sir.
Okay. So how fast did you travel?
I couldn't tell you exactly how fast I was traveling. I was traveling at a high rate of speed.
You were in a hurry.
I was.
And did you use any of your equipment on the vehicle as you were headed over there?
Yes, sir, lights and sirens.
Okay. And the purpose of the lights?
Is to, so the purpose of the lights was to get everyone out of the way. I was responding, what we refer to as code.
And the purpose of the sirens?
Same thing, to alert traffic to get out of the way.
Okay. And so as you approached South Grove Street and Geraldine, at that point, before you turned off your vehicle, the lights and sirens were on?
Can you repeat the question?
Before you turned off your vehicle, were the lights and sirens on?
Are you referring back to when I was at the police department?
The trip down Grove Street?
I never turned off my vehicle, no, sir.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So no, when I got to the intersection, I put it in park and immediately saw officers taking cover behind the vehicles. They were, at the time, they were receiving gunfire, as what I perceived to be receiving gunfire.
When you say you perceived that they were receiving gunfire, describe how you came to that decision.
Well, so as I was approaching, I saw them taking cover, which means that they were they were on the north side of their vehicles. Their vehicles were facing east. And they were behind the vehicles. And when I got off the vehicle, I could hear gunfire going off. I made my way to where they were at, and my first question was, "Where's it coming from?" They said that they didn't know.
So you had gunfire,
Mm-hmm.
but you didn't know where it was coming from?
No, sir.
And the other officers didn't at that time know where it was coming from?
No, sir.
Was there anything in addition to the gunfire that was consistent with the dispatch about the wreck and the shots fired? Did you see a wreck?
No, sir, I did not see a wreck.
Okay. Did you see a truck in a ditch?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got out of the vehicle, asked the officers where the shots were coming from? What did you do then?
So, as soon as I got off my vehicle, it was a matter of seconds before I asked them where the shooter was, where they were receiving gunfire. One of the officers says he didn't know, or both of them. I'm not sure. Both of them responded they didn't know. As I am trying to figure out where the gunfire is, I don't hear any rounds coming in my direction. I don't hear the vehicle taking any rounds. So at that point, I decide to get up and look over the vehicle and try to determine where the shots are coming from. I don't see anything. I don't know where they're coming from. But maybe a second or two is when I look over to my left behind me and I see people yelling from the funeral home, and they're yelling out, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. My concern at that point was for them, so I start yelling at them to get back into the building. But as they're yelling at me, I could hear them saying, "He's running towards the school. He's running towards the school." So at that point, then
Let me stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
I believe you said that your officers were taking fire.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that you heard those shots while you were still in your car?
So
I'm trying to understand, because at one point you say you don't hear any shots, but also you say that you were taking fire. I'm just trying to understand.
Did I say that I didn't hear any gunfire?
At one point you said you peeked up because you weren't hearing gunfire.
No. So I didn't hear rounds whizzing over my head. Typically what happens is when you're receiving gunfire, I mean, you can hear rounds going overhead. So that was when I said I don't hear any rounds come in my direction. I don't hear any rounds coming towards me specifically, but I do hear the percussion of the gun going off. And I mean, it's a matter of seconds that I'm trying to figure out all this stuff that's coming in my head, and figuring out where the shooter is. And I know that I don't hear my vehicle getting hit or their vehicle getting hit. I don't hear glass break. I don't hear rounds penetrating the vehicle. So, I mean, I'm trying to figure out where those rounds are coming from. And when I don't hear that, I'm trying to look, determine where the individual could be.
And that didn't assist you when you tried to look yourself?
When I came up to the intersection, the distance from that location to the school is probably over a football field, maybe 130, 40 yards from where I was at to the school. And anywhere in between there, I'm trying to look and see where the shooter is. So I don't know. I mean, that's a large area to cover to be able to scan and look for rounds coming your way, and also understand that I'm also receiving gunfire at that time, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
When you say you're receiving gunfire, then that's different from shots going off. Why did you say receiving gunfire?
Well, again, like I said, I went with what I saw at the time, which was officers that were taking cover. I determined that I determined that the rounds weren't hitting the vehicle. So that's when I was trying to stick my head out and try to figure out where these rounds are coming from.
So by receiving gunfire, what does that mean to the jury?
To me, at that moment, I know that there were shots being fired, but I don't know where. I don't hear rounds hitting the vehicle. So I don't know. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not receiving gunfire. Does that make sense?
And why does it not mean that you necessarily are not receiving gunfire?
Well, I'm trying to make that determination in my head is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to make that determination where the rounds are, where they're coming from, all those things in a matter of 10 seconds, 8 seconds.
Sure. So a round could be coming your direction and not hitting a vehicle.
Correct.
And you could still be receiving gunfire.
Yes, sir.
And so that's in one part why you're saying you're receiving gunfire.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir, that's fair.
I'm sorry. Okay. And so you peek over your vehicle,
Mm-hmm.
and you say it's over 100 yards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To the school?
Well, where I'm positioned at that moment in time, there's an entire open field from that ditch where the vehicle was, after the fact that the vehicle was found. From that area, there's an entire open field.
Well, the
And-
vehicle was already there, wasn't it?
Well, I knew that now, but at the time, no, I did not know there was a vehicle that was
Fair
there.
enough.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to give you an understanding where I'm at, where I'm positioned at the intersection.
Okay.
What I see out there is an open field, and then I see a building, the Robb School buildings.
And was there anybody in the open field?
I could not see anybody, no.
And between the open field and the building, is there a parking lot?
Yes,
And this was a school day?
yes,
Were there cars in the parking lot?
yes, I could see vehicles, yes, sir.
In the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would that shield the view of somebody behind those vehicles?
It could potentially, yes, sir.
Okay. And so as you looked, you didn't see a gun?
No, sir.
Did you hear any more shots?
I know that, like I said, I know I heard rounds going off initially when I get there. My attention turns back to the individuals that were yelling, and at that point then I ran back to my vehicle, my Tahoe, and I proceeded to see if I can locate the individual shooting rounds.
Because the people at the funeral home were
Yes.
yelling at you?
Yes, sir.
Did they give you a direction to go?
Towards the school, that's all they said. I believe that one of them had said he was running towards the school.
So you hear gunshots and then a witness tells you he's toward the school. Those two things cause you to act,
Yes, sir.
and you act immediately.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you hear going toward the school, you get up and jump in your vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And what do you do in your vehicle?
So the reason why I decided to jump back in my vehicle is because what I thought in my mind was he was running through the school, towards the school.
Okay, that's two different things I need to understand. To the school and through the school. I need to understand those two things.
Well, I was, again, I'm trying to process what people are yelling behind me while hearing gunfire.
Sure.
My concern is also for their safety and well-being. I'm yelling at them to get back into not knowing that they're trying to pass information on to me. And again, all this that we're talking about everything that we're talking about has happened in a matter of seconds. And so I'm trying to figure out what is going on, where the shots are coming from, in the same time taking rounds, what I perceive taking rounds, and trying to determine where this individual's at. When they yell, he's running towards the school, through the school, they're also quite a distance from me. They're yelling from the front door, so I can't clearly hear exactly what they're saying, but I know that they had said something either through the school or to the school along those lines.
And would you describe their voice? Did it seem like they were excited,
Yes, sir.
stressful,
Stress, yes, sir.
but you still relied on their information?
I was relying on whatever I could see here and whatever information I could use.
And that's from your 15, 18 years as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
And so you got in your car?
Yes, sir. I got in my Tahoe and I proceeded eastbound towards the front of the school.
And I think I got lost in my own questioning. There was the words to the school and through the school. In
Mhm.
your mind, you're making that
Well,
comment.
again, because in my mind, I'm responding to this call and I hear gunfire going off. I see officers taking cover. I'm trying to determine, then I hear individuals behind me yelling he's running to the school or through the school. And my whole thing is, again, you have to take into account where my mindset was at. I was thinking, okay, I possibly have an individual that got into an accident and is trying to get away from us, trying to shoot at us, and I need to find this guy and stop this guy. So when I figured that he was running through the school, I was going to go around in front and cut him off and flank him.
Okay.
Mhm.
So in your mind, because it's either a road rage or a bailout, at that point, hearing shots, dispatch has told you there's shots,
Mhm.
and a witness says either to the school or through the school, that's the body of information you have at that time.
Correct.
And so you acted on that information.
Yes.
And you went for the purpose of, why did you drive again? Or where did you drive, I should say, what street?
Well, I drove my Tahoe to the very front of the school. What I was anticipating was this individual was running through the school to go through the school. My intent was to go and flank him and stop him there.
So you're thinking through these
Confront him there.
things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you get to the front of the school?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the front of the school, what did you do?
When I got to the front of the school, I saw a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed towards the front of the school where I was parked. Immediately, I had the chief of police for the school district show up, Pete Arredondo.
This was his primary jurisdiction,
Yes, sir.
and he showed up at the front of the school about the same time you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, what did you do when you saw that it was Chief Arredondo?
When I saw it was Chief Arredondo, I mean, again, I know him personally. I was relieved to see him. And he's showing up, and so
When you say relieved, why does that relieve you?
Well, just someone that I know. It's just someone that I've worked with him a number of years, and so just seeing someone that I knew. It's not that I didn't know him or know anybody else. It was just for some reason I had someone that was there with me. In other words.
Had you worked with him?
Yes, sir, I had.
Were y'all at the same rank when
No,
you
sir.
worked together?
No, sir. He had more time than I was. He was actually acting chief. I'm not sure if he was chief of police of the Uvalde Police Department at one point.
And what was your rank at that time?
A patrol officer.
So he had considerable more experience than you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, in regard to Pete Arredondo, what did you and Pete Arredondo do? Describe that for us.
So immediately we both run towards the school to try to find the individual that was shooting. He's asking me, where's he at? Where's he at? I relay back to him, I have no idea. I don't know. At that point, we run towards, so at Robb School, there's like a circular drop-off on the very front of the school. And so we went through the front gate through there where they drop off the children. We ran through there and ran underneath the breezeways and ran past the cafeteria and front office, continued running and ran down one of the breezeways. I want to say it was second to the last one, the furthest south.
So this run from the front of the school with Pete Arredondo, on that, were you walking or running?
No, I was running.
And why would you be running?
Well, I was trying to find where this guy was, this guy that was shooting at us.
Was time important?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you gather or get any other information during this route that you just described for us?
No, I was just actively searching for the guy that was shooting at us.
Okay. This might be a good time for you to kind of show us the route that you were taking. May I approach you? I know that you, of course, said I. I'll give you a second to kind of familiarize yourself. And here's because we got jurors that are here all the way to here, so the pointer might help you not get in their way.
So let's
Start with where you drove and where you started.
Yes, sir. So this is where this is the direction I came from, and I drove on southbound on South Grove, And when I got about right here, I see the two officers that are already parked right there. They're parked facing east. And when I get there, I stop my patrol vehicle there. And it was at that point that I jumped off the vehicle, and like I testified earlier, that's when we were receiving gunfire. The individuals that were yelling are over here at the front of the building. And as I'm getting here, I'm scanning all this area from this all the way to this. In the meantime, I'm receiving what I perceive to be gunfire, rapid gunfire. And I'm looking through all this area trying to see if I can see anything, but it's a considerable distance from here to there. At that point, when I determine, or when I hear the individual say he's running towards the school, I don't know where he's running towards the school, but obviously where I'm at here, I know he's running eastbound. I know that he's running eastbound. So at that point, I drive my vehicle this way, and I end up parking right here. Chief Arredondo comes and parks right there, and we both run towards the front of the school.
Let me stop you right here. So everything you have just described, was that captured on your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you get on foot, is that correct?
When I park here, yes, sir, I'm on foot here.
And after you get on foot, then the dash cam doesn't really help us with you.
No,
where
sir.
You go. Okay.
No, sir, not really. I run through here with myself and Chief Arredondo. This is where the curb, the drop off where the gate is at. I run through this gate and run to this this hallway here. It's an open hallway. It's just like a covered. And I run with Chief Arredondo, myself and him, run this way. And I want to say we got to right about here.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, then we start running up westbound towards the breezeway. Well, at this point, we still don't know where he's at, where anything is. We don't know where he's located. It's at this point that I have enough time and I activate my body camera.
So that's where you activate your body camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The delay in activating had nothing to do with not wanting people to see what you did
No,
before?
not at all. I mean, I again, like I said, prior to me even getting there, that's not the first thought that runs through my head. Before, like I said, before I get off, I even see that officers are already taking gunfire. It'd be nice.
Sure.
So again, like I said,
Let me stop 1 second, though.
Go ahead.
But I think you also said that when you got on foot, you gathered no other information.
no, sir. While I'm actively searching for the guy, for the suspect, the individual that was shooting at us. As I'm running through here, I'm looking down the breezeways, looking every which way. I still don't know what he's wearing, what he looks like. The only thing that I had heard was he's running towards the school. I get no description of the individual, nothing like that.
And so, where is it again where you activate your body cam?
I'm running through this breezeway right here,
Okay.
under this building right here.
And so you activate your body cam, and does that thereafter pick up the information during this active shooter situation?
Yes, sir.
And show us, and then I'll sit down and talk about it, but did you end up in the 4th grade wing?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Did you end up in this building?
I did, yes,
By
sir.
the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Just show us that route, and then I'll sit down and we can talk about it.
Okay. So as I'm running through this wing, as I said earlier, I activate my body camera, and we're running through the wing, myself and Chief Arredondo, and I noticed what individuals over here on the south side of this building. And it's when I get to right about the edge of the building, I hear muffled gunfire. And
Do you do anything when you hear the gun? I was going to sit down. If you can just show me the direction you took, then I'm going to sit down and ask you all those questions.
sure,
Just the direction.
I continued westbound towards this building, and then that's when I heard the muffled gunfire.
And so where did you enter the building? You did enter a building?
Yes, sir. I proceeded this way after hearing the muffled gunfire and entered the south side of the building, this building here.
And now I want to talk about that in a little bit more detail.
Yes, sir.
So you're running down that area that you say, you activate your camera,
Mhm.
and at some point you hear muffled gunfire.
Yes, sir.
And do you react, in other words, do you say anything when you hear that muffled gunfire?
I immediately yelled for the officers that I saw, the two individuals that I had determined to be officers, to run inside the building.
Okay. Is that all you said, run inside the building?
I can't remember exactly what I said. I was under stress and I yelled for them to run inside the building.
Will your camera pick up what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did they go to the building?
Yes, sir.
And did they enter the building?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did they enter ahead of you?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. And did you get there shortly thereafter?
Yes, sir.
And was anybody with you when you got there?
Well, the two officers that were there, Chief Arredondo, had entered the south side of the building, and I entered after them.
Okay.
I don't believe anyone entered behind me.
Okay. And what pace did you go toward that building
As fast as I could.
when you heard the shot?
Yes, sir.
Muffled as they were, you... And why did you decide to run to that building?
Well, I had already ran through. Again, I had already searched that area of the breezeways. The way the building is, the way the buildings are, it's an open. They're open buildings, open classrooms through these wings that I was showing you. And when I got to that last wing, I heard muffled. I don't know exactly where they're coming from, but I know that I hear muffled gunfire, and that's the only building that's left there. And so, I yell at the officers to get in the building.
Okay. So because it's muffled, your conclusion is it's not outside?
Right, yes, sir. Well, I made an educated guess and figured that it was from coming within the building. I don't know for certain because I don't see anything. I'm only responding to the muffled gunfire.
You're just aware enough to tell other officers where they should go,
Yes, sir.
and that was into the building.
Yes, sir.
For what purpose? Why would you want them to go into the building?
Well, I didn't know if other officers were receiving gunfire. I didn't know where the gunfire was coming from. I don't know if officers are engaging in a gunfight, whether they're being shot at or they're shooting somebody, but regardless, we need to get into the building.
It's a school day,
Yes, sir.
during school hours.
Yes, sir.
That's a school building.
It is a school building.
Were you concerned about kids at all?
From the moment I got there, yes, sir.
Okay. And so you went into the building too?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what happened when you went into the building.
As I entered the building on the south side, we slowed down a little bit and were quickly walking through the hallways. As I'm entering the building, I'm looking around, and the first thing I notice is the entire hallway is dark. It's dark, there's no lights on. I see what appeared to be smoke throughout the entire hallway. I can
Could you smell anything?
smell something burnt. Something was burning. I could smell.
Have you been around gunfire before?
Yes, sir.
Have you practiced on the practice range
Yes, sir.
and fired guns?
Yes, sir.
What did that burn smell like?
It smelled like gunpowder.
Okay. And so, tell us what you did.
Well, as I'm walking through, I'm trying to look all over, look around, because we don't know where the individual is, whether it's even one or two individuals, three individuals. We don't know anything other than shots were being fired. And as we are making our way through the hallway, it's dark. There are no lights on. It's extremely quiet. We don't hear anything. And again, like I said, that there's like a cloud of smoke throughout the hallway. And the officers continue going through the hallway, and I keep looking back to make sure to cover behind us, because at this point, like I said, we don't know where this individual's at or whether there's more than one. And when I look down the hallway, I see the walls that have been perforated, would look to be gunshots or rounds that went through the wall.
Is that important to you?
Absolutely.
And so why is that important to you?
Well, I knew that gunfire. Well, the first thing I thought was, okay, well, we're in this hallway. I knew that at any moment we could receive gunfire and rounds were going to go through the walls.
From inside the rooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I was thinking, you know, we don't have any cover through here. We're making our way through here where there's no cover, but I knew that rounds had gone through the walls. There were sheetrock. So that's what I was looking at. I looked over and I saw holes in the sheetrock, and I also saw spent brass rounds on the ground or
But
floor.
there was no gunman in the hallway?
No, sir.
Did you still feel like he was in that building after seeing the holes in the sheetrock and smelling gunpowder? And, well, did that make you think whether the gunman was still?
Well, I am trying to process where this individual is. I don't know who shot the rounds or any of that. I just know that I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm processing everything that's coming.
So do you say anything when you see these holes in the walls?
I know, I told the officers to watch out that there was rounds through the wall. I want to say when I reviewed it, it didn't come out the way I thought it did, but that was my intent, to let these guys know that the rounds had gone through the wall.
So there's a difference between coverage and concealment?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So was this, if somebody was inside the room and you're in the hallway, was that coverage or concealment?
Concealment.
Not coverage?
No.
Because there were holes in the wall?
Correct.
Fair enough. And how many officers have been entered the South during this initial phase?
3 and 4, including myself.
And who was that?
It was myself, Chief Arredondo, and what later I found out it was Officer Adrian Gonzales and Sergeant Page.
Not Donald Page?
Donald Page, yes, sir.
That's the 4 that entered the South.
Yes, sir.
And Adrian Gonzales and Donald Page entered before you?
Yes, sir, they did.
Were those the 2 men that you saw at the south side of the building?
I saw 2 individuals. I later determined that they were them. I wasn't, again, like I said, my mind was going 100 miles an hour, so I didn't necessarily, I knew they were officers. I didn't know exactly who they were. I just knew that there was 2 individuals in front of me. I knew who Chief Arredondo was, because I was right next to him. But again, I'm looking down at a good distance, and I'm yelling for them to get inside. I wasn't concerned exactly who it was
At the time?
At the time, but I learned later on that it was Adrian.
Okay.
And Donald Page.
Okay, because you're in the hallway with them, and then thereafter you were with them the second.
Well, yes, sir.
Okay. And did any officers come from the west door during this period of time as you're advancing?
No, I know that well, I don't know at that moment. It's not until after there's gunfire that I realize that there's other officers on the other side.
Okay. And so at this point, you're at the south end, advancing through the hallway, but being
Yes, sir.
careful,
Mhm.
looking back,
Mm-hmm.
and tell us what happened.
As we're making our way down the hall, walking north from the south end, we're walking through, and at that point I hear gunfire, I see an officer grab the back of his head, which was later determined to be Lieutenant Javi Martinez.
You know him?
Yes, sir, I do. He's employed with the Uvalde Police Department.
Okay.
And I saw him grab the back of his head. I hear officers yelling, "Are you hit? Are you hit?" And he says, "Yes, I'm hit."
Okay. And was that gunfire coming from behind you or from in front of you?
In front.
Okay. And so you hear gunfire, Javi Martinez hollers back, "I'm hit." Did he say anything else about his condition?
No, sir.
Okay. And so what happened next?
At that point, I can hear radios going off trying to break and trying to relay information. I also grabbed my radio, try to hit the radio to let officers know. Because at that point, once Officer Martinez is hit, I think it's him, he yells out, he's on the classroom over here to my left. And so at that point, I don't know specifically right then and there, but I know he's in one of the classrooms ahead of me. And I know that there's officers more than likely coming this way. So right when that happens, myself and Officer Adrian Gonzales run out the south end and start radioing traffic what's going on to our responding officers.
And I don't want to get ahead of myself. Y'all do run out the back end?
Yes, sir.
And that's
South end.
about the south end?
Yes, sir.
That's about 30, 35 seconds after this discussion about how...
It's difficult for me to tell exactly seconds and how long it took, but yes, sir, that's what happened.
But your body camera was working during that
Yes,
period
sir.
of time?
Mm-hmm.
And does your body camera pick up not only visual, but also the sound?
Yes, sir.
And did it pick up the sound of a discussion that happened before you exited the south end?
After reviewing my camera, yes, sir.
And what was that discussion?
I believe it was a conversation between Adrian Gonzales and Pete Arredondo.
And what was the conversation?
There was some discussion about calling SWAT.
Okay. And that was between this defendant, Adrian Gonzales, and Pete Arredondo?
Yes, sir.
Within seconds of when there was actually shots being fired?
Yes.
From inside a classroom?
Yes, sir.
Adrian Gonzales and Chief Arredondo were discussing calling SWAT.
Yes, sir.
And would that be the opposite of confronting the shooter?
Would be the opposite? No, I think we were trying to formulate a plan to confront the shooter.
And that would be to call SWAT?
Yes, sir.
Wait for SWAT to get there?
Well, I don't know if they were necessarily waiting on SWAT. I know that I think that they had determined that we were, so I can't answer as to what they were thinking, but
No, I just asked you.
Sure.
Okay, fair enough. It was just call SWAT.
That's it. That's all I can tell you. Yes, sir. After reviewing the camera, they had mentioned something about calling SWAT. Yes, sir.
And then y'all moved out. You and Adrian Gonzales moved out of the south wing.
Yes, sir.
And did Adrian Gonzales call for SWAT?
Yes, sir. I believe he did.
And what did you do with your communications at that time?
I noticed that whenever I exited the building, Adrian immediately immediately positioned himself on the east side, on the south side, but the east side of the building, on the corner. I looked and I noticed that he had his pistols drawn and he was covering the east side of the building because we both were concerned that he might jump out. We had officers that were already in the hallway, and Adrian immediately positioned himself on the corner, watching the windows.
And as to those two officers, Adrian Gonzales and Pete Arredondo, who would have been of the highest rank?
Well, Chief Arredondo.
And did you ever go back into that west wing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ever see Adrian Gonzales go back into the west wing?
I do not recall. I don't remember specifically.
Okay.
I saw him throughout the incident.
Sure. So now I want to ask you, you have had a chance to review the dash cam as far as when it first turns on.
Yes, sir.
And until you leave with Arredondo at the front of the school. Right? State Officer Exhibit 1040. It just stops after.
Based off Mr. Turner's representations to me, Judge, about this video, no objections.
Submitted.
And so the dash cam, as far as its relevance to the jury, it will show when it turned on while you're at the intersection, is that correct?
Say it again, sir.
As far as the relevance to your testimony,
Yes, sir.
the dash cam will show when it turned on and where your vehicle was and the people in front of the dash.
Everything that I testified to, yes, sir.
All the way up to the north end where you park.
Correct.
And then at some point, you and Arredondo leave the side of the dash cam.
Yes, sir.
And that's the only relevant part the dash cam picks up as to what your actions were that you testified.
Yes, that's fair.
May we display Exhibit 1040 to the jury?
Yes.
And I want you to start it and stop it real quick and just point in the direction. Okay, would you stop it? And I know that you weren't worried about the exact times or seconds, but is the time and seconds up there on the top left?
11:33:07.
Okay. And you don't know if somebody has synchronized that to make that time right?
No, sir.
Okay. So tell us what is in the foreground at the very bottom of the picture.
Can you explain me?
The black.
This is the hood of my my assigned vehicle.
Okay. And tell us about the other two cars in that photograph.
There are two other vehicles that were here positioned facing eastbound. This is Officer Blue Mendoza, and this is Officer Salcedo.
Blue Mendoza?
Yes, sir. Jesus Mendoza.
Jesus?
Yes,
But you
sir.
also call him Blue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the other officer?
Officer Salcedo, Juan Salcedo.
Okay. And is that an accurate depiction of, are you there also?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
You're in the lead? And is this where you're looking up over the car?
Yes, sir. Well, actually, this is where I turn left, and I'm yelling at the individuals at the funeral home to get back inside.
Okay. Now,
This is
we
what
can
I
have a
was.
seat. We'll just play it through.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have some questions. Okay, could we stop it there? So this is the point that you get in the car to drive north?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? And we're a little ahead of it, but this time it says 11:33:34.
Yes, sir.
You've already pulled out and are on the way down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, could you stop it? So a few seconds before 11:34:11, a vehicle appears on your dash cam. Whose vehicle is that?
That's Chief Pete Arredondo.
And so the dash cam then picks up what happened with Chief Arredondo, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you describe who that is in the picture on the far left? Or far right? Could you back it up?
Chief Pete Arredondo.
Okay. And are you in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Where are you? Okay, and this is 11.
Well, actually, no, that's not me.
Okay, let's back it up just a little bit more. If you'll play it from there and tell us where to stop when we see you.
I think that's me right there. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, let's stop it and go back. Where Pete Arredondo. Were you still in your car when Arredondo arrived?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
You were already out.
I got out of my vehicle, and like I said, I heard a vehicle coming at a high rate of speed, which was him. I also,
As we watch this, I just wanted you to be able to point out if you saw yourself. We can start there. Tell us to stop if you see yourself.
I'm not exactly, that could be me right there. I'm not exactly for certain, sir.
Okay. Coming in front of the car,
Yes, sir.
but is that consistent with you following Arredondo in the
Yes, sir.
building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you go ahead and play for me. Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction then of you coming to the intersection, receiving gunfire, being told the location and driving, and then
Yes, sir.
your dash cam is of no real relevance as far as what you did from that point on, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then took the path that you described for the jury.
Yes, sir.
And at the point where you have explained to us, you turn on the body cam.
Yes, sir.
And does that then show the additional movements that you had in relationship to other officers?
Yes, sir.
And this is not just video, but audio, is that correct?
Not the dash cam. The dash cam doesn't have any audio, but the body cam, as soon as I activate it, I believe seconds after I activate it, the audio picks up.
Thank you. Tendering State Exhibit 1041 to the defense, and this is the body-worn camera, and it contains about 15 minutes of, yes, and it stops before children are evacuated, way before.
Based off his representation, Judge, no objection.
Okay, submitted. May be displayed.
Yes.
What? And so, does this show a fair representation of where you are
Yes, sir.
when you activate your body cam?
Yes, sir.
And who is in front of you?
Pete Arredondo.
Thank you. Stop. Okay. Does the body camera now show police cars?
Yes, sir.
And also the general location of these two men that,
I can't make an accurate, I can't see the two individuals right now.
They're kind of small.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you'll go ahead and go. Thank you.
You might be in that building!
Okay. Stop it. So did you see them in?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so by the cars that we just saw, where were these two men?
They were in front of, or I'm sorry, next to the south entrance of that building.
Okay. Between the cars and the south entrance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you've only just saying that he's possibly in the building on the... Oh shit, shots fired! Get inside! Go, go, go!
Laying on Dia Street. The one female shot in the head.
I'm sorry to interrupt there, but that's kind of an odd dispatch that comes to you.
I thought so too, yes, sir.
A female shot in the head on Diaz Street.
Yes, sir.
But that comes in after you've already made your trip around the elementary school and just before you're going into
Yes,
the
sir.
south entrance. And is that the first time you'd heard that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Shots fired inside the building, man!
Which building?
Earlier in your testimony, you said that it was dark.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear that there are lights on?
I don't know if those are lights or skylights.
Okay. But is this the condition that you saw the hallway in?
Yes, sir.
Could you see other officers?
I could see other officers in front of me, yes, sir.
Thank you. And who are these officers depicted in your body cam?
I believe Adrian Gonzales and Chief Arredondo.
Okay. Thank you.
Careful guys, shot fired! Take cover there!
Did we just hear the words "get SWAT"? Get SWAT?
Yes, sir.
And who was that conversation between?
I believe it was with Chief Arredondo and Adrian Gonzales.
Okay. And was this on a school campus?
Yes, sir.
And it's because it's on a school campus, who had primary jurisdiction?
School police.
And you were there to assist?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Across the field. Shots field right there. Shots fired. That's what's being routed. You hear the you running point?
Stay right there, guys!
Was that east corner that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And was Adrian Gonzales at that east corner? At that
He does get there, yes, sir.
Oh, he's not there at that point, but he does get there.
Yes, sir. I think we were trying to advise officers that were approaching where the shooter was possibly located.
Thank you. And when we see Adrian Gonzales, just tell us to stop and we'll
Sure.
stop.
Okay, guys, he's inside this building. We have him contained. He's gonna be on the building on the west side of the property. Careful with the windows facing east, right there. You see a window shut out right there? He's gonna be in that room.
And an officer outside said, see that window shot out there? He's going to be in that room?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Adrian Gonzales.
So he was aware of that defect in the window on down the road?
I don't know about a defect, but we knew he was trying to advise officers where he was inside the building, more or less.
Okay. Based on a window on that east side?
I don't know if he saw anything in the window. I just know that that's what he was trying to. He was concerned with officers approaching is what was going on.
And we're still looking at that east corner. Is Adrian Gonzales posted at that east corner?
At this point, no.
Okay.
No subject with an AR. Okay, you also get in now, down here. Possible officer shot. Okay.
Is Adrian Gonzales anywhere at that point, or maybe you could point out for us where he is?
I think as I move over to my left, he's on the right of me, on the right side of me. I'm not sure.
Did you see him as we were panning that?
Can you rewind it?
Yes, please. And tell us where you see him here.
Yeah. Okay, you also get in now, down here. Possible officer shot.
He was right behind that bush.
Behind the bush?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You have the also USD is 555 DS, 555 DS, USD is stack.
Okay, sir. And what do we see here?
It's Adrian Gonzales.
Okay. And is this when he approaches that east side that you were talking about?
Well, earlier when you asked me if I had seen him, he was looking on the east side of the building behind the bush. You couldn't see him really well, but I could see his feet there. He was like I said, concerned with individuals approaching the east side of the building, and he figured, just like I did and everybody else.
Now you're telling us what he was thinking?
I'm
Will
sorry?
he let his witness answer the question, please? It's his witness, and he asked him a question, he's trying to answer it. He's on direct.
Go ahead and finish your answer, sir.
So again, he was positioned on the east side. As officers were approaching, he was yelling at them to be careful because the shooter was on that side of the building from the information that we had, and I think he was concerned with officers approaching.
Sure. I was just trying to understand the difference between him being on that building versus back behind the bush.
Well, the way he was positioned, I think he was trying to get around to see what was going on. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. All you saw was what you saw.
All I saw is what I saw. Yes, sir.
Fair enough. And could we run that through? And did you see more of Adrian Gonzales at this point? Sorry. Well, go ahead. And now is this the first time you've seen him positioned at this corner of the building?
If you're asking me if his head is on the corner of the building, yeah, that's the moment he stops at the corner. But I mean, he's on that area right then and there from the moment I explained to you that I saw him on the camera.
As it's just clear from your body cam where he was. We can watch.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hold on, guys. Then any available unit, go ahead and bring shields from the PD, please.
Feel free, but any agencies come my help, any agency available.
Over here. He's in the middle. Careful. Careful.
And where is Adrian, is that Adrian Gonzales?
Yes, sir.
And where is his weapon?
He has his weapon holstered at this point.
It's holstered.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh. Then, can you contact DPS as well? I'm sure they're aware. Get Kilo above the area. Also, if they have any ballistic shields, make location.
Is he right next to the school?
Tip where he's male subjects in the school on the west side of the building. He's contained. We got multiple officers inside the building at this time. We believe he's barricaded in one of the offices. Male subject is still shooting.
What other equipment do you need from the PD?
Tip for whatever we have. We're definitely going to need some flashbangs if we have any.
Sometimes it can be locked.
I'm not sure, but we have a housing tool break it. Guys, careful! Shoot in the window!
Subject should I hold this one? Are you ready? Call. So does he miss me to the costume? See if the cops is in there right now or if they're someone else. Again, it's me, this is costume. $35. All right, 20. Switch over to PD crime rating. Switch to PD crime rating.
Go ahead and see if you got the a mirror too. There should be a mirror there, so that we can go ahead and look around corners here.
$422. 2 units. The classroom should be in session right now. The class should be in session. It's middle. 19, you said it.
Oh no.
You got enough PD? You got enough PD? It's just your right. All one stated you've got the shooter in room 1 and 1 coat. He's going to be armed with the rifle. Repeat, armed with the rifle. He's requesting for a spot by the fuel alarm. Top of the building.
I don't know, 412. I don't know what she said.
703, now they want to give you 28. That is going to be the suspect's vehicle. Frank Noah King, 5522. Frank Noah King, 5522.
I know, it's 1050.
833, 304. Where do you need me at? Go back over to school at the south side. Yeah, boy. You have a lot of people pulling up on, over here by the funeral home as well.
10-4. Have some officers that are available. Keep everybody back.
2 ASO deputies, and on location as well. We're just east of the building.
Does anybody have flashbangs?
Copy units, were you clear with my location with 401 with the shooter inside the building? Three windows on fire, so show me on the here around.
I saw a teacher on the ground and I thought she had tackled somebody.
Who said I saw a teacher on the ground and I thought she tackled somebody?
Adrian Gonzales.
She didn't say, I thought she had a gun.
I'm sorry?
He didn't say, I thought she had a gun.
No.
I saw a teacher on the ground and I thought she tackled somebody.
Yes, sir.
When I came up, she was by her side. I saw her running, and I called the desk. I thought she tackled somebody.
Hey, 920, can you call the Del Rio office, let them know what's going on, see if, somebody saw it? Report, hold on there, Montana, Montana. Oh, yeah, put them in one of those rooms to around. I want to come around to it.
The next hallway. Keep it clear, because that's all I'm in sight.
Quan, what's your claim?
I'm over here on the south side of that building that we have him in. If you can, go through Geraldine, and there's a parking lot. You should be okay. We got coverage over here on the west end of the building. No, she has tools.
Yes, sir.
Uvalde. If you haven't already, get a hold of BP as well. Just to let you know, we do have a suspect that's been seen in the classroom. The windows are facing east. We have officers surrounding the area. We also have officers inside the building. We got cover on the west side of the building. It's a brick building. He's shot several times out the window towards the east.
We do have 2 deputies east of the building, just southeast.
Hello? Yes. Hello? Man, we have a shooter inside the school. I can't talk right now. Lock down the high school too, just because the parents are going to go crazy. 309, we're attempting to locate, contact all the schools.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction then of the first few minutes that you arrived?
Yes, sir.
At Uvalde, Robb Elementary School?
Yes, sir.
In Uvalde.
Mm-hmm.
And am I correct? Well, let me just ask. About where were you when you saw the two officers, did you later find out the two officers, Adrian Gonzales and Donna Page, ever be testifying?
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you saw those two officers?
Right about here, sir, in the breezeway here.
And they had not been in, they were not in the school at that point?
No.
And so, from that point, would you backtrack where you had come before you first saw Adrian Gonzales?
As I explained earlier, I came down this breezeway here and up this sidewalk between the office and the cafeteria and through the drop-off area, the student drop-off, and where I parked my Tahoe.
And then your car, where did your car backtrack for your car?
So from here, from the front of the school, from the northeast corner front of school, I drove from Geraldine, right, crossed over this front lawn here through Geraldine and to the intersection of Grove and Geraldine Street.
And backing up from there, that's where we see you at the intersection?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Tender and State's Exhibits 1049 through 1056. What are the difference?
No objection, Judge.
All right, they're admitted. And they were displayed in the office.
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1049. Can you tell us the time that is depicted there?
11:35:20.
And the man in front of you?
Chief Pete Arredondo.
And you may have to approach the screen to tell, but do you see the two police cars there?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the small figures of the two officers?
Yes, sir.
Would you point those out with your stick? So would they be closer to their police units or the south entrance at that point?
They're next to the patrol units, yes, sir.
Thank you. In State's Exhibit 1050, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It looks like Chief Pete Arredondo.
And where is he on that diagram?
That's as we're approaching the that west building on the south end.
Does he appear to be at that sidewalk, that crosswalk?
Yes, sir.
And would you point out on the board what we're talking about the park, about the sidewalk?
Yes, sir. He's right about here.
Right on that crosswalk,
Yes, sir.
just as he's leaving the crosswalk?
Yes, sir.
And where is the closest police vehicle on this map at this point?
Somewhere in this area right here. I'm not exactly certain.
Okay, we'll go back and see it in a minute.
Sure.
Fair enough. And the time is
11:30, 5:39.
11:35. And the next photograph, exhibit 1051. What is the time?
11:35:50.
So this is about 11 seconds later. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you see Chief Arredondo at that point?
Yes, sir. He's approaching the south entrance.
And to be fair, he's not actually at the south entrance at that point, is that correct?
No, he's approaching the south entrance.
He's still a couple of steps away.
Yes, sir.
And unfortunately, your arm is in the way of some of this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Bouncing up and down.
No, sir. I'm actually activating the button on my radio.
Okay. But that your arm is moving up
Is
and
it?
down.
Yes, sir.
Because you're in action.
Correct.
So he is, at this point, has he crossed that area and is about parallel with that east side of the building?
Yes, sir.
Still has a few steps before he gets into the south.
Couple steps. Yes, sir.
But that's about 11 seconds.
Yes, sir. According to that timestamp up on top.
Okay. And now showing you State's Exhibit 1052. Do you see Adrian Gonzales in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And would you point him out?
Yes, sir. He's standing on the corner there.
And would you point out the white police vehicle in that photograph? Thank you. And as the photograph, when we saw Arredondo leaving the sidewalk, about where would that have been? So it's about, in general, about the same distance from the vehicle to that south door as it is from
It's
that
really
side.
hard to tell distance with those pictures. I really can't get a good, you're looking at a picture facing that way. It's hard to tell exactly the
Okay.
distance. I could tell you where they're positioned, but it's difficult for me to say.
If you're just on State's Exhibit 1, if you're pointing out again where the photograph that showed Arredondo on the crosswalk,
Right about there, yes, sir.
and the vehicle that we see in this exhibit is on the screen.
It's south of the sidewalk here,
Right about there.
somewhere around here, yes, sir.
So we're not saying exact, but in general, the same distance.
I'm sorry, same distance to
We're not
what?
saying the exact distance, but in general, the same distance from this crosswalk to the south door as from the police vehicle to the south door.
Yes, sir. Within a couple, in general, yes.
And we could ask somebody that's actually measured it.
Sure.
And they could tell us exactly.
Sure.
Fair enough. And exhibit 1053, what are we looking at here?
That looks to be the parking lot of, on the west side of that building.
And that was the condition it was in when you were out there?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Because this is your body camera? isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And so is that the condition of the cars that were there during,
No cars were moving in and out, no, sir, not that I'm aware of.
so that would have been the condition of the parking lot? as you
Yes,
saw
sir.
it. And moving down that parking lot, exhibit 1054, does that move down the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Is that also accurate?
Yes, sir.
And exhibit 1055, is that also accurate?
Yes, sir.
And finally, exhibit 1056.
Yes, sir.
And is this the far north end of the parking lot?
It's hard for me to tell where, I don't know if it's a far, I can tell you it's on that parking lot, the west end parking lot.
Okay. Okay, could you point out the vehicles that we see there?
I see 7 vehicles in that frame.
Okay, could you point them out? Thank you. And also showing you State's Exhibit 1. Which parking lot does the photograph that's being displayed show?
Right here, sir.
And this last photograph, does it show what area of that parking lot that we're talking about?
Yes, sir. I don't, what exactly, I don't know what that is.
Not part of the parking lot there.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'm asking about the parking lot.
No, I'm explaining, this is exactly what the parking lot, I don't know what that is, but.
Okay. My question is, would you show?
I apologize, I'm just explaining what I'm seeing
Sure,
here.
that's fine.
But yes, this is the parking lot that you're talking about.
And this photograph specifically, which part of the parking lot?
This part of the parking lot, right here.
Okay. And where were your officers parked at the intersection?
Over here, sir.
And so looking toward that building, would you draw a line, what a direct line of sight would be to that park? Okay, and to the cars that we just saw?
The way they were positioned and what they were looking, it was anywhere from this area here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. And the parking lot here, these cars that you just described,
Yes, sir.
and from this position,
Yes, sir.
would these cars be between the building and the line of sight?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And officer, have you trained about when you actually fire a shot?
Yes, sir.
And when you fire a shot, you're responsible for where that shot goes?
Yes, sir.
So what do you pay attention to when you're looking at not only a target? Do you look at other things?
First, you have to determine the target and see your target, and then you have to. It's also you have to be aware of the backdrop.
What is backdrop?
Directly, whatever's behind your target.
Okay. And why do you want to be aware of the backdrop of what's behind the target?
Well, rounds. Even if you hit your target, rounds can go through your target. Rounds can go. If you don't hit your target, you're also you could possibly hit what you don't intend to. So you have to be aware of the backdrop.
Okay. And in this case, from the position that you and the other officers were looking toward the school, and that area of cars I just spoke about,
Yes, sir.
is there a backdrop there that concerns you?
Well, the entire area concerns me. I mean, we're talking about a school, and yeah, there's a building here that belongs to the school.
And not only the building, but as the building, could you tell us what it was made up of, what the construction was, just in general terms?
Well, this is a brick building here, and there's cars all parked through here. Is that what you're asking?
Are there windows?
There's windows, yes, sir, all through here, yes, sir.
And can bullets penetrate windows?
Yes, sir.
And after penetrating the window, is it still dangerous?
Well, not only that, but you also have a building over here, buildings over here as well. From the position we're at, I mean, there's the line of sight. There's several buildings
Okay. With windows?
with windows, yes, sir.
And did you come to know that this is a classroom, a building full of classrooms?
Yes, sir.
And it was a school day
Yes, sir. Well, yes, sir.
during school hours?
During school hours, yes, sir.
And if your men are here, that would be a backdrop to be concerned about?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Would you send a round down that way with that backdrop?
Not unless I'm certain, and not unless I'm quite certain that I'm going to hit my target. I definitely would be concerned with my backdrop for sure.
And you said that that was over 100 yards, 130 yards?
About 130 yards, yes, sir, over a football field.
Is that a pretty good distance?
It's much more than what we train, yes, sir.
Okay. So what is your training distance with a rifle?
I think the max that we shoot are 50 yards.
So this would be twice as far as you normally train?
Over half.
Because you were, while you were there at that intersection, did you get any requests from your officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell the jury what that request was.
At some point from the time I exited my patrol vehicle to the time I made it to these two officers that were there pinned down, Officer Saucelo had said permission to fire. He made that comment.
Okay. Did you respond?
I did not respond.
Did you see what his backdrop was?
I knew what his backdrop was, yes. I don't know for certain, but I know there was a backdrop of a school, yes, sir.
And when that request came to you, did that seem odd to you?
It did seem odd to me, yes, sir.
Explain that to the jury.
Well, typically when you're being shot at and you have an individual that you see with, if you do see an individual with a gun, I've never been asked or have ever heard of anyone asking for permission to fire. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking or why he said that. I don't know if his concern was, and he just wanted to clarify with me.
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking.
I don't want to ask you what he was thinking. Did he ask you that question?
He did ask me that question, yes. I can answer what I saw and what I knew.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
And so you did not see specifically his backdrop?
I did not.
In general terms, his backdrop?
Correct.
Would it have been irresponsible for you to give him direction, not knowing the specifics of his backdrop?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you did not respond, did you?
I did not respond, no. Well,
or did you? I'm sorry.
No, I did not respond, but the thing is that happened within 1 or 2, 3 seconds. I mean, you can clearly look on my dash cam from the minute I get there to a couple seconds is all it took for me to get in my vehicle because they were yelling at me. In between from then until I was also trying to comprehend what was going on. I was getting a lot of information. I was trying to determine where this guy was, and in the middle of all that, he says, I think I see him, permission to fire. And for maybe a second or two, then at that point, then I heard the individuals yelling, he's going towards the school, and left and drove towards the front of the school. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, before coming here today, did we also ask you to listen to the dispatch that occurred that first 6 or 7 minutes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to listen to that dispatch?
I was.
And were you able to recognize your voice on that dispatch?
As best I could. I have a pretty similar voice to Adrian Gonzales.
Okay. And did you also, were you able to identify Adrian Gonzales' voice on
As
that?
best I could, yes, sir. I remember what I was saying on the radio, I think, is what I determined.
You remembered what you said?
Yes, sir.
So that helped you identify your voice?
Correct.
And then you remember, or thing that you did not say would not be your voice?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And your voice is similar to Adrian's?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Okay.
That was, I could see where a similarity was. I was trying to distinguish between the two.
And when you previously listened to those dispatches, were you able to identify Adrian Gonzales' voice on the dispatch?
I believe so.
And may I really approach you?
Okay. You want me to approach you though?
Yes, please.
Let's try to get about 10 minutes. We will resume with this witness as soon as y'all all get back. Will everyone rise for the jury?
Okay, Tali. Obviously, we have Tali Hafar as our legal analyst today. It feels like we've gone all the way around the world.
Yeah. It's hard to explain. This day and age, I mean, I feel like this case is being prosecuted decades ago, right? We know there's dash cam footage, there's body cam footage, things that didn't used to exist a long time ago. There's been all this talk about it. If I'm a juror, show it to me. I want to see it. You know, we always talk about if you're going to call a witness or put evidence on, get to the point. It has to have meaning. And the first 45 minutes, maybe an hour of testimony today, we just got bogged down in details. And I can just imagine, much like you and I are sitting here, show us the footage, show us the footage. The jury is surely thinking the same thing. And honestly, as soon as that body cam footage came on, and they're going through the school building, and you were reminded of what an elementary school looks like, with a little green and white on the walls, and you know, you see the smoke and the description of the smell of gunpowder, and morally and emotionally, you're just thinking, for the love of God, somebody go do something. And that's what the prosecutor wants, right? He wants that visceral reaction, like, go do it. And then it gets bogged down with these little questions, and he gets into the minutia, and we go back to the map of the parking lot, and it starts to dilute that emotion for me. And as a juror, I'm wondering, where are we going with all this?
I don't know. I wrote it down. It took us more than, it was 10:14. Hold on. It was more than an hour before, 11. Okay, so at 10:09 they start playing the dash cam, which is more than an hour into his testimony, and then it's just taking forever to get there. It's very circuitous.
And honestly, I mean, again, it was so impactful. That's a, in the scope of what we're looking at in terms of scoring points on one side or the other. As a prosecutor, you put that out there, you get the jury basically in the eyes of this witness. I mean, you literally are at the scene, walking through it. You get a feeling, you understand everything. And again, it's do something. That's all I kept thinking about. But then they kind of back out of it. And by all those questions and kind of going back around and around, again, you're just diluting the process, the feeling.
Did you kind of get the feeling that it seems if sometimes this whole trial has felt like less would be more?
100%. Yeah, the build-up with this witness, with Sergeant Coronado, was a little too much. The prosecutor started to score points when he finally got to the action items, right? The sergeant testified about how a call went out about shots fired. And what did he do? He jumped up and yelled out, shots fired, and he ran to his car and jumped in and let's go. And the idea was to create a juxtaposition. He is all about action. This is what we want our officers to do. Put on that cape and run to the scene and do something. And Officer Gonzales did it. But that's really not the situation, because the line of questioning comes.
And he does go to the scene.
Not only is Gonzales at the scene, but the same officer, Sergeant Coronado, starts talking about how Gonzales was in front of him. And
going into the building,
when they're walking into the building. And so you start thinking, well, wait a minute. If you're trying to show this discrepancy, well, it sounds like Gonzales was doing the same thing. So what exactly is your point here?
Well, and he talks about how when he arrives on the scene that he doesn't know where the gunfire is coming from. I'm trying to make a determination where the rounds are coming from. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And I'm thinking to myself, wasn't that what Gonzales is doing?
Exactly. Yeah, and I noted that as well. I mean, I think it's good for the defense. In fact, so good for the defense. I would be tempted to subpoena and call other officers. The sergeant says, we don't know if it's 1, 2, 3 individuals. It's dark in the hallway. There's a cloud of smoke, not sure what's going on, which all goes to the defense's theory of, hey, it's easy to be in this sterile environment and pick things apart. But at the scene, while yes, we want them to emotionally make a reaction and go do something, they really weren't sure what to do.
Right, and this is definitely like a massive effort of Monday morning quarterbacking
That's it.
Gonzales's actions or
yeah.
inaction. One of the things you were talking about is you'd said to me you've talked about you would have a question for him on cross-examination.
Yeah, my very first question is, Sergeant, tell us what you've been charged with. Mm-hmm. And of course, everybody would be confused. Well, these similar allegations, these same allegations that we could make on Officer Gonzales, can't they be made against you? Yeah, he's with the police department, maybe not with his school resource officer, but there's still an issue of child endangerment here, of inaction. And I do think that could be really damaging to the prosecution. If I'm a juror, I'm wondering, well, is this witness for the defense or for the prosecutor?
Right. Yeah, it's hard. Their whole. And speaking of that, so we're going to see, obviously, eventually, if we ever get there. We will get there at some point. Cross-examination of this guy. Right. So you obviously told me your first question. Where are you going after that?
Yeah. Well, you just continue to lay the groundwork of confusion, trying to figure out what to do. Assess the situation. What could you have done? I can't imagine, from what we've seen and heard so far, Sergeant Coronado is going to say, yeah, what Officer Gonzales did was wrong.
Right.
He failed to act. If you're standing behind him, why aren't you pushing by him? Why aren't you saying, let's get into that classroom? Why aren't you just disregarding everything? They're shoulder to shoulder.
Presumably, he's had active shooter training.
Yeah. Yes, of course you would assume that.
We're expecting perfection from Officer Gonzales.
He can't even sit up there and criticize and say, well, that footage, and they lingered on it for a while, of Gonzales on the corner of the building, and he had his arm up there, and he's making a phone call, and the prosecutor said, well, where's his gun right then? Well, it's holstered. To try to leave the impression that Gonzales is not even ready in case something were to happen. And essentially he's kind of shutting down. Well, who's filming all that?
Well,
Sergeant Coronado.
Right, he's got
his body
cam on. Yeah.
Well, he's standing out there with him. He's making the phone calls with him. So again, it's kind of odd to call this particular witness, and they're doing that because his body cam is capturing it. But they're basically together.
Right.
So you're trying one individual and saying he failed to act, he endangered these children, but the person right next to him, also a peace officer, who did the same actions, is not being tried, and in fact we're calling him as a witness on our side. It's very confusing.
Yeah, this entire trial has been much like that.
Yeah.
It very much feels like Adrian Gonzales is the stand-in for every police officer out there that day.
Yeah, I agree. I think the prosecutor could have got in and got out, made their points and moved on. But by asking all these questions and kind of letting this linger a little bit, and it seems like it's going to go on for a little bit more, I think it's actually damaging their case. You make a point about, we want officers to act, react quickly, get out there, do something. Great, score all those points. The body cam footage inside the school was very emotional. It was very, I are sitting here watching.
You call it a horror story.
It's like watching a horror movie. It is terrifying. And had I watched that footage and no other questions had been asked, sitting as a juror, I'd say, yeah, somebody needs to be held responsible. Why are y'all not doing something? And I would try to find a way, see if the law would fit, right? Try to make it kind of fit it in there. Because it is. It's so emotionally draining and scary, and you hear that gunfire in the background and you think about those children. They should have just left it at that, right? Gotten to the point and been done, and let the defense try to handle backtracking from that emotional impact.
Why do you think they're not doing that?
I don't know. It's really a good question. I don't know these prosecutors. I don't know any of these attorneys. Everybody handles cases different ways. Everybody learns to try a case a different way. And sometimes people think you need to supply more, when in fact, I truly believe less is more. get to the point, let the
Right.
jury hear it, get out, let the other side try to fix it or address the issues.
For me, it brings to mind, when I'm doing a story for TV,
Yeah.
right? And I look at my script and I go, I've gone on this tangent, I've gone on that tangent.
Right.
I need to, what is the elements that I absolutely have to have in
100%.
this story? And obviously,
Yeah.
in my case, I'm trying to, batten down the hatches so
Yeah.
it's not,
It's editing, right?
Right.
It's
You're
editing.
trying
self-editing.
you're trying to go, okay, sort of what's your what's the story?
Yeah.
And then what are the spokes that I have to have?
Yeah.
And it's like they have not told a linear story.
Yeah. Yeah.
They've just every day, I've sat and I've watched this entire trial, and I'm going, it's like we're going all the way around the world, and when you're trying a case that is as extraordinary as this,
Right.
this is the first police officer in the state of Texas to be tried in this way. And granted, Arredondo's also been charged, but not yet
Right.
tried. And the only other case similar to this was in Florida, with the sheriff's deputy who was assigned to that school was charged and then ultimately found not guilty. It's a heavy burden. So it's like, why? You want the emotional testimony, but you've got to tell the jurors a story.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's somewhat easy to get bogged down, and when you add a lot of evidence and you call witnesses and ask questions endlessly, it's easy to think that that's lending import to the situation. Of course, this is such a big thing, and so I'm going to put 100 pieces of evidence in. When in fact, if you have one picture that is extremely powerful, that'll stay with a jury much more than 100,
Right.
99 somewhat good pictures and one impactful one. And that's what we're having here. The prosecutor's asking all sorts of questions that without almost getting to the point.
Yeah, and there was times I could not understand where are we headed. You and I were sitting here talking
Yeah.
about it. I'm like, I don't know what they're
Yeah.
doing.
And it's unfortunate. You're right, because this is a very big case. Oh, I think they're coming back.
Okay, we're back.
1039, and admitted, Your Honor, we now have to claim for this witness so that you can identify the voices.
All right, proceed. Thank you.
These are not accurate as to the actual times, it's just with the instrument placed on it for the time.
Okay.
Okay? I just want to make that clear for us as we start. And so as to the radio traffic that is timed by the machine is 11:29:43. I'm going to play that for you and ask you if you can identify either specifically or generally who that is.
Really good.
11:15, if I can have you around to 7:15 Oak Creek Road. We'll have a one vehicle accident white pickup truck crashed in the ditch. Have a caller advising male subject has a gun. Really bad, shots fired, shots fired. Channel close.
And so did you recognize that voice?
The dispatch?
So that was the dispatcher?
Yes, it was dispatch advising the traffic for 315.
First, that there was a wreck?
Yes, that there was a wreck and that the complainant had advised that there was a gun involved, and then seconds later, shots fired, is what she said.
Okay. And is this what drew your attention to get in your vehicle and go?
Yes, sir, I
forward?
believe so, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mhm.
11:30:15 is what his designation is?
Location of PD traffic involved.
Geraldine and Old Creek Road, Geraldine and Old Creek Road.
Do you recognize those voices?
It's a dispatch advising the officer that had requested what the traffic was, which was to say what's going on.
And if you don't know, that's fine too, but the officer, did you know who that was?
It's been a number of years.
Fair enough. Next dispatch.
Can you advise that something's jump the fence, they're gonna be in the school?
And who was that voice?
Dispatch.
Thank you. The next one.
You know if there any smoking in it?
Yeah, I'm clear, responding from the PD.
That's mine.
That's you?
Yes, sir.
You notified dispatch you're responding from PD.
Correct.
And is that standard operating procedure?
Yes, I'm advising that I'm en route to assist.
Thank you. The next one.
What is talking about?
I'm sorry.
715 Oak Creek Road has several subjects running.
Beautiful, Valley. Did you go ahead and notify the school at Robb School?
Is that an officer saying notify Robb School?
Yes, sir. I believe dispatch was advising that there were several subjects running.
Is that an officer saying notify Robb School?
Yes, sir. I believe dispatch was advising that there were several subjects running.
Okay. And did you know who the officer was that says advise Robb School?
I could not with that clip, but there was an officer responding.
Thank you. Next clip.
Yeah, that's something to good officers.
Good, yeah, you just advised you to go ahead and tell the school to shut down.
So we're trying to make contact with them right now.
That was me advising dispatch to shut the school down.
So as you're driving over there, you're thinking about things that would be to the benefit of the community.
Right. Well, again, yes, sir, because we're responding to a crash where someone had a gun and had shot rounds, apparently, from what the dispatch advised. And so, given the close proximity of the school, I'm asking them to go ahead and shut them down if they haven't already.
Thank you. And what's your call number?
309.
Okay, so when we hear 309, that's you.
That's me, yes, sir.
Next one.
Everyone, there's somebody coming up at 60. Can you just pick another subject?
That's Blue Mendoza. Jesus Mendoza.
Yes, so it's for further, as soon as you get there. 10-4, I'm coming up to the building.
I believe that's going to be,
Turning up, do you have a description yet?
Not at this time, sir. Caller cannot remember what you would like. I have one other complaint on the line, and I was looking wearing black jeans, correction, black and jeans. The application was jumping over the fence into the schoolyard.
Stop fire, you got me about school. Okay, let's go, that's my three.
And so there's a description given,
yes, sir,
and that's by who?
dispatch.
And what is the description?
Can you replay that just so I can, because I'm, at the same time you're asking, I'm trying to figure out who's saying what.
That's not fair to you, is it? Okay, let's go about halfway back.
Not at this time, sir. Caller cannot remember what you would like. I have one other complaint on the line, and I was looking wearing black jeans, correction, black and jeans. The application was jumping over the fence into the schoolyard.
Wearing black and jeans.
Okay.
Stop fire, you got me about school.
Rather than on our iPad.
And who's saying Charlie?
Okay, let's go, that's my three.
That's Jesus Mendoza.
Got it up.
Jesus Mendoza?
Blue.
But sometimes some stuff we can hear better through here.
And the next one?
Make contact with the bike, and you have the coming behind us. He's behind the school.
Who's that?
Sounds like Adrian Gonzales.
Adrian Gonzales is saying the location at this point.
Can you replay that just so I can?
Yes.
Make contact with the right unit that's coming behind us. He's behind the school.
Yes, he's behind the school, he says.
Judge, pursuant to officer complaints, can they play the rest of that?
Yes,
It
please
says
do.
behind the school, supposedly wearing black. Can you please play the rest of it?
I didn't know we turned it off. I'm sorry.
It's turned off.
Yeah, let's go ahead and finish it up if you're going to ask more questions about it.
Can you play the whole thing? The rest of it?
Play the-
Or did you clip just that part?
No, it's the next call.
That's the next call. We didn't do
Or,
that, right?
or you can play when you get the witness. But
Yes, sir.
let's proceed.
Play.
It's over, guys. It's over. Stop fire. Stand back. Stand back. We got fired. Stand back.
Unit advised caller stating that Nelson is going to be back at the school, back at the school.
Gonna be on the back school, on the west side of the school by the vehicles.
And who was it that said on the west side of the school by the
I
vehicles?
believe that was Adrian Gonzales.
Thank you.
And Judge, that's the point where he says supposed to be wearing black, so can you play the rest of that?
Well, once again, if you want to play it when you get the witness, you can play it when you get the witness. But let's finish it up.
And the next one?
Supposed to be wearing all black, all black.
That was Adrian Gonzales, yes, sir.
And that's just on the same, it's on the very next segment, is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Sit down right here.
Do you know who that was?
No, sir.
Bring him into the building, guys.
That was me.
That's you?
Yes, sir.
And when did you make the statement, I think he made it into the building, guy?
As I was running up the breezeway.
Okay. And we hear that on your body cam, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The next one?
Contact the school police. Whenever you 105 Uvalde, the PD units are Robb School. 311 as well.
Do you know who that was?
No, sir.
Okay. Next one?
You clear on one topic? Guys, somebody stay back over there. See over perimeter on the other side. Somebody stay over there. There, Chaba, go back over there. Somebody can give me a cover over here on the. Knock it off, knock it off.
So at that point, I believe it's going to be me and Adrian communicating relatively at the same time.
About setting up a perimeter?
Well, yes, sir. Asking officers or advising officers. I believe it's also on my body cam where officers are approaching and we're explaining to them that this is where shots are either coming from or where the individual's at, the suspect.
Okay, thank you.
For the third one, I'm gonna go to that North Road.
Yeah, switch over to PD car. Switch over to PD car.
Were you able to recognize that?
I don't, no, sir.
Okay, next one?
Somebody can give me some cover unit over here. Back perimeter by gym.
That was Adrian Gonzales, I believe.
Right there, unit, right there. I can get somebody come into the parking lot, 304.
I believe that was Adrian Gonzales.
And is that why you're saying, give me some cover over here?
Yes, sir. I believe he was trying to again,
Well, I just, what he said, what you took from he said.
well, from what he's saying right there on the radio transmission, he's asking 304, which I believe is going to be Mariano Vargas. He's directing him where to go.
Regarding cover for him.
I don't.
Oh, let's play it again and see if
Sure.
if that helps.
I think you give me some cover unit over here.
Stop.
So he's requesting a cover unit, yes, sir.
A cover unit? What
That's
does that mean?
another unit to assist.
And what does cover mean?
So if I'm requesting a cover unit, it's backup, another unit.
Thank you. Next, go ahead and play it all the way through.
Back perimeter, yeah. Right there, unit, right there. I need somebody to come into a parking lot, 304.
And who's that?
Sounds like Blue Mendoza. I'm not sure. Jesus Mendoza.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
Yes, this way.
You recognize that? When, on the statement where Adrian Gonzales is asking 304 for cover,
Mm-hmm.
did that happen before y'all went in the building or after?
That's going to be after, I believe.
Okay. And were you already there?
Yes, sir. If you, do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
So most of the radio traffic that you're playing is after we already went inside and then came out, and we're trying to direct individuals to where the incident's happening. It's unclear whether they know or not, but we're advising responding officers and where to position themselves and where cover is, where the best approach is. Does that make sense?
So this is after you yell, shots fired, get inside the building.
Yes, it's after we already have entered the building and have come back out when we're asking for radio to break.
You've already been in the hallway.
Yes, sir.
Where shots are fired,
Yes, sir.
and there's shots that have gone through walls,
Yes, sir.
and you know it's classrooms
Yes, sir.
during a school day
Yes, sir.
at a school grounds.
On school grounds, yes, sir.
And Adrian Gonzales is asking for cover.
He's asking for a cover unit, yes, sir.
Next one.
You're outside the school, I have no handout, Council. You may be outside the building.
And whose voice was that?
I don't know. I can't distinguish.
Do you know what the statement was?
No, sir.
Could we play it again?
You're outside the school, I have no handout, Council.
That was a
You may be
700.
outside the building.
I don't know who that chimed in, but a 700 unit is going to be a county unit.
Well, what was the statement that was made?
I believe he said he may be in the building. Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that what you heard?
Yes.
That's what I heard.
You heard he may be inside the building?
Yes.
Does that indicate that at that point they don't know who's inside the building?
Right. Yes, sir. I believe so.
And who was that made that voice?
I don't know.
And the next one.
The California Valley has been advised that there's a woman that's been shot in the head off of Diaz Street. Woman shot in the head off of Diaz Street by a unknown subject.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Sheriff.
And I believe on your body cam, you showed us where you were when you heard that call come in from the sheriff.
It's difficult to say because I don't know if he's repeating information or if that's the initial time he requested it. It's difficult for me to say accurately If that's another time that he's broadcasting, I don't know for certain where in the timeline that happened. Does that make sense?
Sure. So you didn't hear the dispatcher yesterday say that she provided all of the communications for a 6-minute period of time?
Are you asking me if I heard dispatch say that?
No.
I haven't.
Okay. And had you heard that, as we played it all going down the list, have you heard any other communication about a woman being shot on the head on DS Street?
The first time I hear that was as I'm approaching the south side of the building, as I'm running into the building. But I don't necessarily know if that's the last time someone relays that information or says it on the radio. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And this morning, as you've listened to us go down this list, have you heard that communication any other time other than this time?
I don't believe so.
Next one.
Field time.
That was a pretty short clip.
I have no idea.
Thank you. The next one.
We got a shield, we have a shield. Okay. The abilities are saying that he's possibly in the building on the 701 leading unit got a report of a woman shot in the head laying on Diaz Street. The one female shot in the head.
And did you recognize those voices?
Yes.
And who was it that said he's possibly in the building?
So I'm a little lost in the flow of things, but if you're asking me right then and there, that I can remember going over a review of my camera, my body camera. That's whenever the sheriff is saying that there was a woman shot on DS Street.
And is that when you said he's possibly in the building?
Yes.
Okay. Does that give us kind of context?
Yes.
Okay. And the next one.
It's just hard for
I'm
me.
sorry, stop. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm
I
just
didn't want two things.
no, sir. So it's hard for me to distinguish what other people are transmitting or what they're saying. I know you're asking me to identify. It's just I'm trying to answer the question as far as where did it happen, when did it happen. It's just, and it's hard for me because I didn't make any of those transmissions. For the ones that I'm pointing out to you, I can explain who. It's just difficult for me. You're asking me if we had already made
That's fair, and I'm really asking you to identify the voices that you can identify.
Okay.
Right? That's the purpose of
Yes, sir.
playing these for you. Thank you. Next one.
Shot fired inside the building, man! Which building?
Who was that?
That was me. Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what we also saw on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
And the next. Was that the last one? So have you done what you could do to help us identify the voices that were there?
As best as to my knowledge and what I could. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Good morning. If I call you Sergeant, Coronado, it's only because I've been looking for weeks and weeks
I
and weeks
understand, yes,
at
sir.
reports. But do you prefer Mr. Coronado, or does it matter if I do either one?
It doesn't matter,
Okay.
sir.
We saw each other yesterday in court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you know that I'm one of the lawyers representing Adrian.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever testified before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In criminal cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you understand cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you questions, and I want to tell you ahead of time. I'm going to ask you specific questions.
Okay.
And I'm going to push back on you, okay?
Mhm.
A little bit?
Yes, sir.
A lot of it, I'm sorry. And I'm not questioning your character. I want to make sure you understand that. But I am going to question your decisions and your perception.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. But if I get out of line, just say, Nico, you're out of line, or something like that, or repeat a question.
I definitely
talk
will.
fast sometimes, and so I'll repeat that, okay?
I will. Yes,
Okay. So when we talk about jurisdiction,
sir. Mm-hmm.
a Texas peace officer has jurisdiction everywhere in Texas,
Yes, sir.
right? I mean, so you have you have duties. County sheriffs will deal with the county, city municipalities will deal with the city inside of a county, correct?
Correct.
School officers primarily are assigned to schools, but if they see something or vice versa, you're a Texas peace officer.
Correct, yes, sir.
So the whole discussion about, that just has to do with your job description, not your authority under Texas law.
I'm not going to conduct a traffic stop outside of my jurisdiction, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir, I understand that. But you as a Texas peace officer can make arrests and you can respond to crimes.
Yes.
Yes, that's all I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Okay, so, the government also asked you about body-worn camera, and we saw dashboard. We're going to talk about both of those.
Dash cam.
And when we say dash cam, that dash camera, so we say dash cam as a slang to say dash camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And dash means dashboard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so body-worn cameras, as you know, can be helpful,
Yes, sir.
but they also can be taken out of context.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that a fair statement? Because when someone's wearing a body-worn camera, looks kind of like maybe a body-worn camera, and a lot of people wear it on their sternums. When they first came out, some people kind of wore them up on their lapels.
Yes, sir.
And it was kind of weird. But so people wear them on their sternums because it's center mass, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if I turn my torso, I'm going to hopefully get what I'm turning my torso to, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if my torso is facing the audience and I do this camera's not going to pick it up.
That's correct.
And so that's why I'm saying context can be taken out when you solely depend on body-worn cameras, but they're helpful.
Yes, sir.
And so you were at your office on the day of incident.
Yes, sir.
And you were performing your duties as a sergeant and you were approving reports.
Correct.
And so when you mean approving reports, you were just, what do you mean by approving reports?
What I mean is I read over the narratives. There's certain things that I'm looking for in the reports, especially offense reports. I'm making sure that all the reports that had been assigned for that day are completed. An officer responds to a call for service and generates a report, and those reports have to be done in a timely manner. So I'm looking to make sure that all those calls for service, there's a report attached to it. In the offense reports, I'm looking to make sure that the offense fits the narrative. I'm looking at elements of the crime and making sure that the officers are including all the elements, and it's a clear, concise report. If there's things that are missing or things that need to be amended or reports, I bring it to their attention, and then either they're explaining to me what's going on or they'll fix the report.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does. I
Okay.
understand that process. And so you were also, but thank you for explaining it.
Mhm.
And you were also asked by the government about, did you have any family members at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir.
But then you went through an explanation, and the jury's heard that Uvalde was such, I'm going to say is still, such a nice, small-knit community.
A close-knit community.
Close-knit community.
Yes, sir.
So, especially in the Hispanic community, someone may not be your biological or familiar uncle, but you'll call people tío and tía for your aunt, even though, I mean, I'm half Hispanic, so I mean, I get it. But it's that kind of closeness there, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Someone can be called primo, cousin, but they're not really your biological cousin, but you just feel that family environment in general.
In general, yeah, you can be referring to that if that's what you're asking me.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay. So when you were there working at your office, you got a radio call for a 1050.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't directly to you, correct?
No, sir.
It was, but that means 1050 means accident.
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point after that, and I don't know if it was clear, but at some point after that, dispatch reported shots fired.
I believe there was mention of somebody with a gun at first, and then it was shots fired.
Okay. And so an accident with someone with a gun doesn't tell you a whole bunch, because
No, sir.
in Texas you're allowed to carry guns, as long as you're not a convicted felon, as long as you're not a gang member, or as long as you're not committing a crime other than a Class C misdemeanor, right?
Yes, sir.
Then people can carry a weapon. And so that alone is not concerning. The gun itself, or is it?
If someone carrying a gun, is that what you're asking me?
Yes,
If it's
sir.
a concern?
Yes,
No,
sir.
I mean, we do have, but in the context of the call coming out, well, yes, it's going to grab your attention. There's a reason why dispatch is relaying that information. Obviously, someone saw a gun, and we're talking about an accident. So does that make sense?
Yes, it does. That's what we're going to go there. And so,
Okay.
yes, and so there was something concerning about that report. It wasn't just mentioned just for the heck of it, right?
Correct.
And so you know that through your experience.
Yes, sir.
And then shortly after that, your concerns were verified because they said shots fired.
Yes, sir.
And so you testified that you jumped out of your desk rightfully, and then you went to your vehicle, but on the way, you called out to 2 other officers in the office with you.
The other officers are, I don't know if, I made a general broadcast out loud, shots are being fired as I'm running to my vehicle. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And with those 2 officers, was that Officer Saucedo and Officer Mendoza?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay, and so those are the 2 officers that ended up leading you, not leading you, but they were ahead of you.
Yes, sir.
And were on that corner on that dash cam. Okay, so I'm just going to need context to make sure we understand. So it was Officer Saucedo and Officer Mendoza, and just for clarity, there's 2 Officer Mendozas, right?
Yes, sir.
There's Officer Jesus Mendoza?
Correct.
And then there's Justin Mendoza?
Correct.
And so this one is Jesus?
Correct.
Okay, so Officer Jesus Mendoza and Officer Saucedo happened to be, not because you wanted it that way per se, but they happened to be ahead of you and they drove to the scene.
Yes, sir.
You also said there were other detectives in the office. How many detectives were there?
I knew there was detectives in there. I don't know exactly who was there. I wasn't concerned with that. I was just broadcasting. I knew that there was detectives present. I want to say I visually saw maybe Detective Landry, Sergeant Page, and maybe Lieutenant Martinez.
Okay, just in general.
Just in general.
Now, at some point after, did you, because you heard some of the dispatch, are you aware of the dispatch communication between Gilbert Limones and the 911 dispatcher? It's part of the same group of conversations, but earlier on that we just heard.
Can you tell me who Gilbert Limones is?
I will. He is one of the people that works at the funeral home at the corner where that wreck was.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have opportunities to review that dispatch communication? The 911, thank you, Bill. The 911.
We did go over some 911 calls, I believe.
And when I say 911 and dispatch, in a smaller community, a 911 call comes in, and the jury heard testimony yesterday that, I mean, it's kind of in one room, right?
Yes, it is.
So, and it's, maybe it's been updated, but you'll get someone answering a phone call and then dispatching, so the jury's heard on certain dispatch, you hear 911 in the background.
That's
and
correct.
on certain 911, you hear dispatch in the background.
Yes, that's correct.
Right? And so that's why it's confusing to me sometimes, but that's why I'm making them interchangeably.
Yes, sir.
So in Uvalde Dispatch Center for that community, that was the circumstance. It's a phone call and it's dispatching, but it's literally, you're on the same frequency almost. Not frequency, but you have a call here and you're dispatching here.
So basically, can I?
Yep, you can explain that, sure.
So, yeah, a dispatcher is going to be performing their duties dispatching, but they're also receiving 911 calls and landline local calls, and they're dispatching officers from either these landlines or 911 calls that are coming in.
And that's all I mean. It's just, it's the same people doing all those duties.
Generally, there's 1 to 2 dispatchers on duty at that time.
And so by the time that you heard of the 1050, later on you found out that 11, and so times are going to be important here. So I'm going to go old school and write some stuff on this pad, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So at 11:29:05, you didn't know his name at the time, but you know that there's an individual named Gilbert Limones that worked at that funeral home, correct? At some point you found out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the issue we're having, and I know you're trying to testify properly, and thank you, but there's been a little leeway because a lot of people, almost everyone that has testified, has found things out later. So as long as we distinguish what you knew at the time versus what you found out later, then we're good, okay?
Yes, sir. Just to be clear, we didn't conduct the investigation, so it's difficult. We don't.
I understand that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're a witness. You're not the one conducting the investigation.
Right.
Early on, you're doing an investigation. So we're going to talk about your investigation to incidents, but about this trial, you didn't do the investigation.
Correct.
Yes, sir. I'll make that distinction. So at 11:29:05, a worker from the funeral home, Gilbert Limones, calls 911 to talk about a crash, which is with the 1050.
Yes, sir.
But then in the middle of that 911 call, it goes from a crash to a discharging of a weapon, shots
Correct.
fired.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to put 911. I'll put Limones, okay?
Okay.
I'm not going to write all the stuff that goes on there, but if you've reviewed that, you would know, and it's in evidence, you would know that he describes the shooting. He describes to the dispatcher the importance and the severity of the situation. He pleads with her to please get people to hurry up. He actually gives a description of the person shooting. He's wearing black and he's running towards the school. You later found that out, right?
Yes.
Because you have to rely on the information sent to you, officers do.
Correct.
Right? So you can't control what dispatch tells you, right?
Right.
You don't know what they're being told and reported, but you have to respond. You're trained to respond to what's being told to you.
I don't have access. I'm not hearing the 911 calls that comes in. I'm getting dispatch, and I'm hearing dispatch advise me of what's going on.
And so when you talk about he's at this same call, so I'm not going to write it all down because I need space, but at this 9:29:05, Mr. Limones gives a lot of information to dispatch, right? But I'm going to tell you, but unfortunately it didn't get to you.
Right.
Right? Because not only does he say he's wearing black, he's running towards the school, right? So he's saying all these things. He actually said he's shooting at the school at 11:29:05, right? Are you with me on that?
I am.
Okay.
At that.
But I'm not, this is not your fault. You didn't get that information.
Correct.
You didn't get that information. Officer Saucedo didn't get that information, right? Officer Mendoza did not get that information, right?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
Well, they don't have secret channels, do they?
No, it's broadcast on one channel. Yes, sir.
And I wasn't being sarcastic. I'm asking.
No, I understand your question.
And so Adrian Gonzales, if they're on the same channel, didn't get that information either, right?
If you're asking if let me understand you correctly.
Please.
You're asking me if that information was passed on. I never received that information. I don't know whether it was broadcast and I didn't hear it, or I don't know if it wasn't broadcast at all. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And that's a great answer. But if it wasn't broadcast at all, that would have been critical information for all of the officers to know.
Yes, sir, it would have.
Because now you're not just going to a 1050. You're going to something else.
Correct.
You're going to a person in black, and you know that early on, if it was broadcasted to you guys. You know he's running towards the school, not walking around the school, correct? And you would have specifically known that he's shooting at the school and that there's someone saying, hurry, hurry, please, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you, and to your knowledge, none of the other officers had that information.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Are you, and we're going to get there in a second, but are you aware that the shooter entered the school at 11:32:58? Are you aware now?
I know.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the government has stipulated, that means they agree that the shooter entered the school at 11:32:58, right? That is after, almost 3-4 minutes after this, right?
Yes, sir.
And in these critical situations, time is of the essence. The government has asked, and we agree with that. Time is of the essence, right? And that's a considerable amount of time in a situation like this. If somebody is shooting, walking towards the school?
Yes.
Okay. And you and Officer Mendoza and Officer Saucedo would have gone to that corner differently if you had been given this information instead of just a 1050 person with a gun, shots fired.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And so you arrive, and then Officer Mendoza and Officer Salcedo are already there.
Yes, sir.
Now, I will represent to you, and the government can correct me, that at 11:32:23 is when Officer Mendoza shows up to the scene, to that corner. You okay with that, Bill?
Sure. We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor.
I'm just going to put Mendoza.
Okay.
Remember, the shooter entered the building at 11:32:58, right? At 11:32:23, he's there. At 11:32:29, Salcedo arrives. And then you arrive shortly after that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, you arrive at 11:32:32.
Okay.
Okay? Now, when you arrive to kind of a chaotic scene, right?
Yes, sir.
We saw the video. We're going to play the video again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, thank you. Hold on one second. So, who is this over here?
Officer Salcedo.
Okay. Now, we can see, because the government didn't ask you this, but I want to ask you, what weapon does he have in his hand?
An AR.
What is an AR?
That's a .223 caliber rifle.
AR-15, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that is what we can see, the barrel above him, correct?
Can you play a little further so I can?
Can you play a little bit further so we can see it? But you knew he had an AR.
Yes.
There it is,
Mm-hmm.
right? We see
Yes,
it.
sir.
Thank you for stopping. And so then we have, and is this you here, Sergeant?
That is me.
Okay, and this is Officer Mendoza.
Officer Mendoza, yes, sir.
Now, you said a lot of things during this portion of the testimony. You drive up and you're kind of walking. It's almost as if, and I'm not being condescending or disrespectful. If people start running, most people might just start running because they're running, right?
Right.
So you walk up and you drive up and you see officers acting as if they're being shot at.
Correct.
So that makes sense that you're going to act like they're being shot at.
Well, not only that, but I heard rounds going on.
That's important. So you heard rounds. Now, you know that shooting a gun can create an echoing effect,
Yes, sir.
right? Especially against a building with a high-powered rifle, it can create this echoing effect, and it would be hard to tell where a shot's coming from, right? Is that
Yes,
true?
sir.
Okay. And so it takes you some time to orient
Yes, sir.
and to observe what's going on. And you testified to this jury that at some point you said, well, I'm not seeing evidence that we're being shot at,
Yes, sir.
right? And evidence I think you talked about were rounds bouncing,
Correct.
windows being shot out,
Yes, sir.
the vehicle taking fire.
Yes, sir.
Now, you know that a vehicle is not cover.
Correct.
It's mainly concealment.
Yes, sir.
And the jury's heard plenty about that. But cover would be like the engine block and maybe some of the area around the wheel,
Yes, sir.
the frame. And but Mendoza and Salcedo, and I'm not saying they didn't truly believe this, it's stressful, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that these shots, they sound very, very loud?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't tell how close they were?
No, sir.
But at some point, Officer Salcedo and you're getting it from both angles. So you're hearing shots.
Yes, sir.
You're seeing officers that you supervise acting as if they're being shot at. You think you're being shot at for a period of time. You're hearing from the funeral people behind you, which Mr. Limones is one of them.
Okay.
And then Officer Saucedo has a different view. He's looking around that side of his vehicle, and he's looking at this side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so he tells you, I think I see him,
Yes.
right? And he wants to take a shot.
Correct.
And in all of your training, there's not one officer, law enforcement officer, that if they believe that Chapter 931 or 933 of the Penal Code is appropriate, meaning the use of deadly force to defend yourself or defend a third person, that you don't have to ask for permission.
Correct.
You want to make sure that you're factually justified, but you don't have to ask for permission from a supervisor.
Correct.
And so that was odd for you, right?
Yes.
Because you don't even know what he's talking about.
Correct.
I mean, you know, there's someone shooting a weapon, they believe it's at them, and he sees somebody, and he's asking permission to shoot.
Yes, sir.
You know now that he saw that person go into the building.
I don't know who he saw or what he saw. I know he asked permission to fire.
Do you know now, though, that the shooter entered the west side of the school?
Yes, from what I was told, yes.
And it's okay, you can talk about that, what you were told, but you were told through investigation is that he entered the west side of the building.
Yes, sir.
And this is where the questioning is going to get a little interesting, okay? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Sergeant. Give me 1 second. Let me represent to you that before about 20 some odd seconds before Mendoza shows up, around 11:31:55, 28 seconds, Adrian Gonzales drives into the campus, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that the government will stipulate to that, roughly around that time.
Stipulate that he actually was parking around that time.
Yes, sir.
11:31.
And when I mean campus, I mean parking in the campus building.
Parking.
Yes. So at around 11:31:55, and there's no way to get it pinpointed,
Right.
but in that general time, 11:31:55, Adrian is driven into the campus, and you saw his vehicle later on. You saw where his
Later on,
vehicle
yes,
was
sir.
parked, and he's parked in the campus, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not being disrespectful because you drove up to this. He didn't stay away like at a corner where Mendoza and Saucedo initially were, right?
He was
Correct.
parked in the campus.
He was
yes.
inside the
Yes,
campus.
sir.
And later on, we're going to see on your video that there is a Randy Hill, an Officer Randy Hill, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where we're going to see him parked on the other side at a certain time. Remember that on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk about that in a second. Now, Officer Randy Hill was the original officer dispatched to this. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So Randy Hill is the one that was dispatched to this scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
But everybody else responded on their
That's
own.
correct.
Okay. And so we have Adrian there, and at some point, at 11:32:09, the shots fired was Adrian calling out to everyone, shots fired. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
Right.
Which
You don't know the time.
I don't.
We'll stipulate that it was Adrian, but I believe his testimony was that it was.
Well, if he knows.
Saucedo.
I know he did say
But
that.
we'll stipulate that it was Adrian.
So, and it's okay. You're not a voice expert, where you, especially over the dispatch, it's hard to hear sometimes, right?
Yes, sir.
But the shots fired that you said was Mendoza, it was actually Adrian, okay?
Okay.
And the government stipulated to that.
Yes.
And so it would make sense that if you guys are hunkering down and taking cover as far away as you guys were, that somebody much closer to the school would be taking cover for a period of time as well, right?
Possibly, yes.
Well, I mean, it can't be reasonable for you guys to take cover, but Adrian not take cover, right?
Depending on where he was at, I don't know.
Well, you know where he was at now. You know where his car was, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if he was around his car, kind of like you guys are around your cars, would that make sense?
Yes.
Maybe Adrian, closer to the shooting than you guys were, that he would be something doing what you guys are doing.
Yes.
And you later know now because school PD, well, you know this, school PDs, they don't have AR-15s.
That's correct.
And so Adrian didn't have an AR-15.
No.
And so at some point, You were trying to figure out where this shooting was coming from, right?
Yes, sir.
Saucedo and Mendoza said they didn't know,
Right.
but you know for sure that Mendoza asked to shoot.
No, sir.
Not Mendoza, Saucedo, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Saucedo. And you know now that there's no evidence that Mendoza and Saucedo were taking fire at that location. Do you know that now?
If you're telling me if.
Yeah, there's no evidence. There's no defects. There's no evidence.
That's correct, yes.
That area.
That I'm aware of, that's why, yes, I testified earlier that I didn't hear anything.
And so I believe you testified that these people from the funeral home are, did you want to say something? I don't want to cut you off. Okay. These people from the funeral home are yelling at you, and you're taking a bunch of information in.
Yes,
But
sir.
one of the things you believe they were saying was, he's running towards the school, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would be consistent to Mr. Limones' 911 call 3 minutes before this, saying, hurry, hurry, he's running towards the school, right? That would
Yes,
be
sir.
consistent. And so this is the part that I'm going to ask you tactically and what you were perceiving. It's not against your character, okay?
No.
And you testified you're trying to figure out all this stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
You can put that, you can put that down. I didn't know you guys could do that, thank you. And so we can't see, and this is after effect, so some of the pictures the government showed you, there was extra cars there because sheriffs had shown up already, right? Well, and I'll bring that to your attention in a second. But you guys are about right here, roughly, right?
Yes, sir.
You're at this corner, the
Uh-huh.
funeral home, so you're about right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And for the record, I'm pointing to a screen outside of the viewable portion. And Adrian's over here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for Saucedo to ask to shoot and say, I think I see him, it makes sense because this is considered line of sight, right?
Yes, sir.
So all of you, I'm not saying you saw him, but all of you had potential line of sight.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Yes. But we have verification that Saucedo saw him and had true line of sight, right?
I don't know if you saw him or not.
No, I understand that, but we have evidence of that. We have
Okay.
some evidence because he's asking to shoot somebody.
Yes, sir. It wouldn't. Yes, sir.
And it wouldn't make sense for him to shoot someone that either there wasn't a threat to him, that he didn't see had a weapon, or he didn't know was shooting a weapon, right? That would not be, you're not trained to do that.
Correct.
Okay, so if he's asking to shoot, he's asking to use deadly force.
Yes, sir.
And it would make sense because you guys are hearing gunfire.
Correct.
And they think they're being shot upon.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know this because it wasn't dispatched to you, but minutes earlier, Mr. Limones was telling the dispatch, send someone, hurry, he's shooting at the school and running towards the school, right?
Right.
And so, but Saucedo, and I'm going to say Saucedo just for speed, he didn't take the shot. Right?
He did not shoot, no.
So Saucedo had the opportunity, correct?
I don't.
To shoot this person. Well, if he saw him and he had an AR-15, that's at least an opportunity. Whether he's good or not with his weapon, that's a different discussion.
The only reason why I say what I say is because later on, Officer Saucella advised me that he potentially had a teacher in the line of sight. I
I'm
don't
glad
know.
you told me that. No, a ranger told him that. Since you brought that up, a ranger told him that was Coach Abraham, but it wasn't.
Way outside the ring.
Well, I mean, he brought it up, and I let him do it.
I don't know.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Judge. Coach, someone tried to tell him, "Don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong." That was a coach, but that wasn't a coach. We know that now. All of us know that now. That was that animal that went into the school. So, and I'm not mad at you, by the way.
Sure.
So Saucedo had the opportunity to shoot, and he didn't. Correct? He didn't shoot.
He didn't shoot.
Let's just say it that way.
Okay.
Okay. And he had an AR-15, and an AR-15 from that distance is a better weapon system than a Glock.
Yes.
Okay. So he had the ability to potentially reach, right?
Yes, sir.
You talk about sighting in at 50 yards. Depending if you're hunting or if you're doing tactical training, some people sight in at an inch eye or 100 for a deer rifle, dead on at 100 or 50, but you can sight your rifle in at different distances, right?
You can, yes, sir.
And if you have iron sights, that means you're just putting iron sights, that means the sights that come on the weapon, and that's more difficult training than a red dot.
Correct.
Right? And a red dot is put on weapons at AR-15s, they have red dots.
They have.
And police issued AR-15s have red dots.
They can have red dots.
That one, Saucedo did.
Don't believe so, no, sir.
And so you're saying, I want to make sure, because we're going to verify that, but
Sure.
you're saying the Uvalde PD issued AR-15 with iron sights and no red dots?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll check, double check that, okay?
Mhm.
So, but all I'm saying is an AR-15 has the ability to reach.
It can, yes.
Okay. And so ability and opportunity. Now, even though Mendoza was hiding, he had potential line of sight, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mendoza did not do anything to distract or deter or to stop this person from going into the school?
No.
No, and neither did Saucedo.
No.
And you came a little bit later, but, and I'm not being mean to you, you didn't either.
No.
Because you didn't see him.
Correct.
Okay. But you're hearing from behind you, he's running towards the school.
Yes.
And then towards the school, but in your mind, and it's important what was in your mind,
Yes.
Sarge, in your mind, you're thinking this is probably another bailout.
The potential to be, yes, sir.
Well, because you made a decision. You made a decision that even though you three knew that this person, whoever, we didn't know at the time who it was, entered the school, that you were going to travel around to hopefully catch him as this person went through the school. Is that did I misunderstand
No,
you?
sir.
Okay.
No, you did.
Okay.
Because that's not, I never saw anyone that was a suspect. I never saw anyone with a gun. I never saw him enter the school. I never saw any of that. My whole intent was to drive around to intercept the individual that was shooting.
Stop. So how would you intercept the individual over here? How did you know he was going to be over here?
I don't know. I'm saying.
What made you think that though?
Because there's no other buildings west of us. We were on the complete west side of the property.
Yes, sir.
There's only one way direction to run, either south or west.
Okay.
I'm sorry, east.
Okay. And so what path did you think this person was taking for you to intercept them?
Well, tactically, like I said, if he's running towards the school, that's
Mhm.
any direction this way, whether it be south or east.
Okay.
So my intent was, if he's running towards the school, or past the school, or running towards the school, I'm gonna swing around and flank him that way.
Oh, but how would you flank him if you don't know where he's going and what path? It's like if you're in hot pursuit, you're pursuing someone that you've seen, you identified that they need to be detained, and you know where they're going. So if I see someone run through those doors, I'm not going to run through this door because that goes to the jury room. I'm going to run through that door, or if I know, because I do know now because I've been here for 2 weeks, that if I go through that exit door, I can intercept the people that went through that back door. Does that make sense? Because I saw them go through that door.
What I'm saying is, we had the individuals at the funeral home
Yeah.
were saying he was running towards the school.
Yes, sir.
From that, my position and where they were also behind me, there's only one direction to go, either east or south.
Okay.
He wasn't running towards us, he wasn't.
So how would you get to this? If you're going to go intercept them, you were going to intercept them here? Because you didn't drive over here, you drove over here?
Correct.
Okay, so
Well,
again,
because again, the street comes this way. I positioned myself to have every opportunity. If he was running straight, I could intercept him there, or if he continued running south, east, I could intercept him there. I was giving myself an opportunity to intercept them either way, from the very corner of the property all the way that way south.
But if you're going to intercept him going here, how would he go? How would he travel this way? Because you're on this road, so you know he's not on this road, right?
Correct.
And this is the north side of the school, so you know he's not running around the school in the north, right?
Well, I knew he was, I don't know where he was at. I knew that he was in the general vicinity of this area, because I could hear rounds going off, but I wasn't sure exactly where. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, it makes sense what you're telling me, but I'm not sure.
You're asking me if how would I intercept him if he was in, well, that's, I mean, what you're saying is that's exactly why I ended up this way, coming around this way, because we were running through the breezeways trying to intercept him.
Okay. But if someone says, I'm running towards the school, you came around as if they were running through the school, and you kind of
Correct.
said that a little bit,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So had you contemplated that this person, whoever they were, wherever they were, was going through the school?
No.
Okay. But you knew he's not here, so the only other thing is it could be either here or through the school. Those are the only other options, right?
Yes, sir. And the reason, the reason I'm telling you is because, like I said, I'm already positioned here, and the only thing to do is to intercept him. I'm trying to intercept him as he's going through the school.
I'm gonna ask you a question, So you have this covered. You have line of sight, and you've seen this, and you see nothing here.
Correct.
If someone's running to the school, they're either going to run into the school or this way. So I'm asking, and try to remember what you were thinking. Why wouldn't you drive this way and make another assessment and try to see this person?
Well, because again, when they were saying he's running to the school or through the school, I was anticipating to intercept them that way.
So if someone runs through the school, that means they have
I
to
was
go
still going to run through. I was going to work my way through, which I did, pass through the school.
But because there's a difference, through or towards the school. If someone's
Yeah, there
running
is.
through the school, they
There
would
is,
have.
and that's why I'm saying I couldn't hear from that distance. I'm getting gunfire, and then I'm also having people yell at me. I have officers down, and I'm trying to get as much information as I possibly could.
Got it. But still, you didn't make the decision to do this and
No.
drive to the, like, but that could have been a decision somebody
Could have
could have
been,
made.
yes.
Where you would drive closer, move up, go towards the shooting, because this jury and the government's made a big deal about training and officers. And the training is that you always run where? Towards the shooting.
Yes.
Towards the shooting, and the
Yes.
shooting was over here. But and again, I'm not saying you should be
No.
prosecuted, by the way. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, but you and the other two officers did not go towards the shooting.
Well, we did do it towards the shooting. My whole intent was to, again, I'm not just driving because I want to drive or I'm hearing. I'm also being told that he's running through the school or to the school. So the only option is either he's running east or he's running south. So my best advantage point would be here so that I can intercept him one way or another. That was my intent.
Okay, I understand. Was it ever? But he's either going to intercept him over there, and I'll move on because it seems like we're not going to see on this one. We're not going to see eye to eye. He either has to go through the school or go this way, right? That's
Right.
the only other way because he's not going to jump the school, and he's not here because you have line of sight here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so the three officers here did not go towards the shooting, right? Did not go towards the shooting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there was definitely shooting on this side, correct? And I'm not saying you saw him, because you said you
No, I
didn't,
didn't.
and I have no reason to not believe you. But then Saucedo did, it appears, we have evidence, we have some evidence coming from him that he saw this individual, because he asked to shoot
He
him.
asked permission to
Right.
fire.
And so you drive off, and we now know that he went in here.
Yes.
We now know that.
Yes.
And so, and then these Mendoza and Saucedo stay back. They stay back with the AR-15 and the other two officers together. They stay back.
Okay.
And you drive around, correct? And we saw your body
Yes.
cam. Okay, I just want to make sure. And we can see, can you switch the picture, Jason, please? Where we see Adrian's car? The next one, with Adrian's car? Okay. And so now we've moved up closer, and we can see where Adrian's at. Now, you didn't know Adrian was over here, right?
No.
Okay. But you can see, they're not contesting this. 100% Adrian has zero line of sight, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? Is that yes? He has no line of sight from here. Nobody.
From there, no.
Right. And so you guys are here, and even though you're on the side of the shooting, you did not see the shooter?
No.
And I believe you, by the way. And you couldn't tell where the shooting was coming from for sure.
Correct.
And you're on the side of the shooting.
Correct.
Adrian's not on the side of the shooting, right?
Right.
Doesn't it seem unreasonable for someone to expect Adrian to know where this shooting's coming from, but you guys not to know where it's coming from? Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Not you, someone else.
Me?
Bill, yes. And Christina, be fair.
Yeah.
Right? That would be unreasonable to you, right?
Yes.
Right? Because to put on this person here, Adrian, by sound, with no line of sight and no opportunity nor ability to know exactly where this shooting's coming from and to run to the shooting, but three officers, again, with potential line of sight,
Right.
one of them having them, on the side of the shooting. They did not run to the shooting. But ignore them and focus on that. That doesn't seem reasonable, does it?
No.
I agree with you. And in fairness to you, Sarge, at that time, I want to make sure that I get the right terminology, because you said something that's in my notes here. You were talking about the bailouts and how you had just a tremendous, we were getting hammered with bailouts, is what you said.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so everybody, and this is just a reality, everybody was computing bailouts. I mean, even some of the people that were testifying, I mean, it's like, well, it's another lockdown, it's probably a bailout. Everyone was thinking bailouts, right?
The possibility was there, yes, it would have been.
And if somebody was going to shoot, it was to get away from officers because they were doing a bailout, not because they're going to commit a mass shooting at a school.
Yes, sir.
And again, in fairness to you, and that's why you were trying to intercept, because you're thinking it's someone bailing out. It didn't even cross your mind, whether people can disagree whether that's reasonable or not, but it didn't even cross your mind that this person was going to go into the school and shoot it up.
No.
Now, you understand other officers would disagree with you, right?
Sure.
But you're just saying what you were thinking at the time.
Well, not so much only what I was thinking, but the information that I had received at the time as well.
But from an objective standpoint, you had information of a person shooting, running towards a school, and so other officers may have acted differently, right? In fairness.
How do you mean?
Well, meaning maybe other officers would have followed this training and then run directly to the side of the building where the shooting was, and then make sure they get line of sight on this person before they leave that area. Clear it, make sure that this area is safe, so when you're pursuing somebody, you know you've covered this area, and then it's not slicing the pie, but you're covering an area to make sure you're tracking down this person.
Like I said, the reason why I drove around the front of the school was because I wanted to intercept him. My information that I received was he was running to or through the school, so my whole intent was to intercept him at the time. That's what I was doing.
And again, in totality of the circumstances,
yes.
That's a term of art that law enforcement uses. What does that mean, totality of the circumstances?
In hindsight, after everything has been investigated, the totality of everything. Everything that...
Because if we piecemeal something, if we try to fit a circle in a square, or if we only look at something like this, if the prosecution or if law enforcement gets tunnel vision, but not in combat, tunnel vision in prosecuting, well, that's not fair, right? That's not good.
Right.
And so we want to consider everything, the totality of the circumstances. And in totality of the circumstances, these school doors should have been locked.
Yes.
So could that be something in your mind? Not trying to give you an out, I'm just trying to be fair. That in your mind, well, he's not going to get into school because it's supposed to be locked. So let me try to be creative and try to track this person down, right? Would that that wasn't in your mind?
Sure. No, I mean, again, my intent was to
catch him.
To catch him.
And you made a decision to go the north side versus the south side of the...
Yes.
And you had two frantic witnesses yelling at you, right?
Yes.
I mean, you had two frantic with weapons, and one of them asking to shoot somebody, telling you information, correct?
Yes.
And you still made different decisions. Because you had somebody say, I want to shoot somebody on the west side of the building, but you still drove north.
Right, yes, sir.
Okay. So you took all that in when you made your assessment?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna play your body cam again. Can we get back up to not body cam, I'm sorry, dashboard. And I want to direct your attention to something as he's getting it ready. So when you leave Saucedo and Mendoza, they stay at the corner, correct? So we'll stop here 1 second.
I believe one of them or both of them follow me, because after looking at the dash cam, I think I see them on the front of the school side.
Well, if a Texas Ranger is going to come testify that they stayed there for a period of time and not follow you, then we'll just defer to that.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just defer to that for now. And I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't think I'm wrong. So you leave, and we're going to see that with the AR-15, so they're going to stay here, but you're going to be driving north, and you're going to come down Geraldine, and I want to direct your attention when you make a turn to the front. There's already a police officer. So while all this is going on, there's a police officer out of his vehicle just standing there on the corner.
Okay.
Did you remember that when you saw it the first time?
Yes, I saw patrolling.
Do you remember who that is?
I don't.
Would it be Randy Hill maybe?
Could be, yes.
Probably. Okay, let's look at it, then we'll talk, because I want to make sure that your memory is refreshed. So all this is going on. You're yelling at someone over here, right? You're looking, you're scanning, observing. He's moving up to get behind the frame of his car, right?
Okay.
He moved up in a triangle, and you're driving off.
Yes, sir.
See, this guy's already here. He's
Yes.
out of his vehicle.
Mhm.
And we don't know how long he's been there.
No.
But it's safe to say that he's been there for a little while because he's parked and there's two officers there, it looked like. Can you go back, please? And pause it. I see 4 legs,
Yes, sir.
okay? And they're on the passenger side, so they've been here for some time. For some time, some period of time. I'm not saying an hour, but some time.
Maybe
Right.
a couple seconds, yeah.
Well, okay, well, I'm going to argue more, but I'm just saying they're here parked there. And if there's a call that comes in, shooter running towards the school with a gun towards the school, can you think of any tactical or training reason why they would park on the corner and just stand there?
I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what they heard.
I know, that wasn't my question, Dad.
Okay.
But my question was, can you think of any tactical or logical, reasonable reason why after that call, even though it wasn't even the full call that Mr. Limones put out, what he tried to report, why these officers would be at that corner, and it seems like they've been there for a while, and just stand there?
No.
It doesn't make sense, right? But they're not sitting in that chair, are they? These
No.
guys?
No.
Okay. But they're there for some period of time, and they're not running to the school, right? And I guess the government can call them if they do or don't, but we can ask them what they heard and why didn't they run to the gunfire,
Yes.
correct? But they didn't do it. We can see that.
Right.
Okay, can you please play it? But you are. Look at you. You're going quickly. Now, do you run out the back or do you come out the front?
I
couldn't
come
tell.
out the front. I
Okay.
jump out, and that's when I hear a vehicle coming at a high rate of speed. I could hear it down the, and then Chief out on the full side.
Who's that?
Chief.
Okay. Where are you at this time?
I was trying to figure that out myself.
Yeah. Can we pause, please? And so you're parked, but then for some period of time, you're assessing again, or you're
Yes.
staying and you're looking. Maybe you see if you saw him.
Right.
I don't know, but so you have 2 officers standing at the corner, and I'm not being disrespectful, but we see that you're parked there and you're staying there for a while, and then Arredondo gets out and he seems like he's adjusting. And play again, please. Is that you? Or no?
Well, I'd say that's me over there.
Here?
No, in the front.
Okay. Can we pause, please? Now there's a number of officers here, right? And not all of them run with you and the chief.
I believe that's Officer Salcedo.
No, I understand that, but none of these people make it into the building with you and the chief.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Right. So they obviously won't run into the gunfire either.
I don't know what information they have.
But if they were with you, then they would have been, and ahead of you was Paige and Adrian.
Yes.
Ahead of you.
Yes.
But these people weren't behind you, so they didn't follow you to the 4th grade building.
They didn't follow me in Chief, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. And so my point is, they weren't running to the gunfire, obviously. They were doing something else. The gunfire was at the 4th grade building?
Yes.
And
Well, the west building that was on the west side of the fourth.
that's the 4th grade building. The west side, south side, east side, north side. So,
Okay.
but these officers, they're not with you, chief, and they're definitely not with Adrian and Sergeant Page, right?
Right, yes.
Now, other officers come in from the other side, but there's a number of officers. Can you keep playing, please? If someone walking around kind of pacing back and forth over there, he's not running into the gunfire, right? This gentleman?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. And so you know that, and then at some point, matter of fact, at 11:32:59, let's do 11:32 I'm just gonna put entrance, okay? Because I'm not gonna mention his ass. This is when, this is the entrance, right?
Okay.
At 11:32:59, I'm gonna put Adrian breaks, and when you know what that means, right? When you break
Yes.
on the radio, he's trying to transmit something. So almost simultaneously as this shooter is entering the building, Adrian has done some assessing like you guys are doing in the corner.
Correct.
But he's doing what the training says to do, communicated. And he says, and he can't see, right? He doesn't know when this guy enters the building. We saw that from
Right,
line of
yes.
sight. He says, gonna be on the west school, on the west side of the school by those vehicles, supposed to be wearing all black, all black. So when you hear someone say supposed to be, that kind of gives you the impression that they don't know, someone is telling them something. Well, supposedly, Jason is going to did this, right? Because that's what he told me he did. And that's consistent with how Adrian was relaying messages, right?
Yes, sir.
You know now that he was with a special ed assistant aide, right? Melody Flores? Do you know that now?
Yeah, he mentioned something about being with a teacher, right?
Right, so yes, in the investigation.
Yes.
And so he's dealing with the teacher, a frantic individual, kind of like Mendoza and Saucedo were frantically, everybody's frantic. This is,
Yes.
I'm not ragging on that, that's reality. And so he's dealing with her, trying to get information. 50 seconds earlier, when he heard shots fired, didn't give a description of where they were coming from, right? We heard the dispatch.
Right.
Because you can assume he didn't know because he can't tell where they're coming from, right? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And then he gets in touch with Melanie at this scene, and he's taking cover like you guys were. And then he's getting information from her. And she's saying things, and you didn't hear her testimony, whether she said south building, west building, running this, and he's trying to take it all in.
Yes.
And then as soon as he gets a picture of what he thinks is going on, he relays it to everybody, right?
Yes.
But unfortunately, it's not his fault, but unfortunately, it's almost at the same time as this person is getting into the building, right?
Sure.
He can't see him, but he's relaying the information. Supposed to be wearing black. Supposedly wearing black, right? You heard that.
Yes.
And we don't know, you don't know for sure, what Mendoza and Saucedo were thinking and why they didn't. Can you put this back up, the first one?
This one, or the
The
other
one
one?
before, please. You don't know why, we're hearing your thought process.
Yes.
But we just don't know why Mendoza and Saucedo, especially someone who saw the shooter, didn't go to the shooting. But not just go to the shooting. You don't have to guess. He saw the shooter. You don't know why he didn't go to the shooter, right?
I don't know, no, sir.
But that was an option for these two. That was an option for Saucedo and Mendoza. We already talked about your option, but it was an option for them too. Right?
Yes.
I mean, they could have driven up. They could have driven up all the way up here, set up a perimeter, something, and then breached, come in here and follow this shooter. They wouldn't have known where he's going, but neither would Adrian, right? They hadn't even seen him.
Right.
Fair enough.
Is that what you're saying?
Okay, but they did. One of them did. Saucedo did, for sure. And they didn't do that. They didn't come to this building, right? They didn't come to this door.
No, not that I know.
And you don't know exactly why they made those decisions.
No.
But in talking about school safety, you know, it's policy. It's policy that these school doors have to be locked.
Yes, I mean, that's usually what happens is all the schools are the exterior doors, interior doors are locked.
And as we said earlier, time is always of the essence in these situations, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if somebody is coming to a door and they have bad intentions, and there's officers, you wouldn't have known, but there's officers line of sight on this person. And if that door was locked, it would have been one of these situations which would have given you time to see him, right?
Sure.
Saucedo more time to reassess his decisions, and Mendoza to pick his head up and at least do something. Somebody could have distracted, deterred, delayed, or stopped that guy from.
Yes, sir, could have, yes, sir.
One of these three, including yourself, one of these three that had line of sight could have stopped. If that door was locked, it would have given you precious time to make a better assessment and for Saucedo to act.
For sure, yes, sir.
Now, next picture, please. Okay, can you see Adrian's car? Yes. Would you agree with this, Sarge? That's fine. That's fine, Jason. We'll do both. That in the initial call, someone's running towards the school with a gun and shots have been fired. Adrian goes into the eye of the storm. Would you agree that this is a lot more dangerous than being over here?
Sure, yes, sir.
So Mendoza Saucedo set up perimeter out there for whatever reason. You just respond to what you saw. But Adrian didn't set up out here, right? He drove into the eye of the storm. He's driving into a shooter running towards the school. Where does he drive towards?
He drove into the school.
Into the school, right? And so he's here. So he's placed himself in danger, correct?
Yes.
And he's making his assessments, and we've talked about that already. But then at some point, you know, and we can look at the videos,
sure.
Because we can see on the funeral video, that at around 11:33, Jason? 11:33:07? What is it, Michelle? 11:30? 33:08?
Are you talking about Page?
Page.
Yeah, 11:35:07.
Okay. He's driving up, right? Because your body cam turns on at 11:35:10.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be important. But at 11:35:08, Page is driving up, right?
Right.
And then at some point, Adrian leaves his cover of his vehicle, and because Page parks, we see in the videos, and we'll show him again, pictures. He makes movement to Page, and there's contact with Page. And we're going to hear from Page, I'm sure, today. So he makes contact with Page, right? Because the government just asked you about those pictures and who's standing there. It's Sergeant Page and it's Adrian. Remember?
Yes, I did see the two officers there. Yes.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm just kind of setting the tone. So at some point, Page drives in, literally almost at the same time. Around you put your body cam on.
Okay.
And you told the reason why, but it would have been very, very helpful if you had your body cam on earlier, right?
Yes.
Because then we could have heard exactly what the funeral people were saying to you guys, right? Potentially.
Potentially.
Right? We would have heard Saucedo, and maybe he said more than just, I see him, I really want to. He could have said other things. We don't know. You just remember him saying, I think I see him, I want to shoot. Permission to shoot,
yes.
Right? We could have heard maybe potential what Mendoza was saying, right, and what he was thinking.
Potentially.
And then heard shots.
Yes.
And also, you know that Officer Jesus Mendoza had a body cam also.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're hopefully going to see those. But do you know now that Mendoza's body cam wasn't turned on the corner also? Do you know that now? You don't know that. Okay, we'll let that come about. So, but at some point we see you running up.
Yes.
And Adrian has made he's left his cover of his car and he's come to meet because he sees Paige, right? That's backup. And he comes and sees Paige and they meet up here. And do you remember, if you remember, as you're running, they're already walking towards the school. Do you remember them moving towards the school when you looked at the video?
Yes, I believe they were
moving towards the
They
school.
beat me towards the south entrance of the school.
Well, yeah, they darted in when they heard those shots.
Yes.
And you know that by the time those shots, and we heard the audio, but the body cam's on us right here, so it sounds loud to us. But out there, you were a good distance from Paige and from Adrian,
Yes,
right?
I was.
And do you know now that in their interviews, they didn't even mention hearing you or seeing you until later? That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So they were reacting and responding on their own. They heard those shots, and we look at your body cam, and 1 minute your arm's in the way because you're doing what you're doing appropriate stuff, and then it comes up and they're already in that school, right?
Right.
So Adrian puts himself in danger by driving in the eye of the storm, tactically comes out and meets Sergeant Page, and then when they hear the shots, the same shots that you heard, before you know it, they sprint into the school, right?
Yes.
And they're ahead of you, and to your credit, you and the chief follow.
Yes.
And we see Adrian with his gun out, and he's in the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And we see Sergeant Page at times over here.
Yes.
And we saw the smoke. When you walk into this hallway, and there's smoke because after a lot of rounds in AR-15, the gunpowder makes smoke. right?
Yes.
And you would agree that this hallway, and this it came up a lot yesterday, but it's important, is a fatal funnel.
Yes, it could be,
right?
yes, sir.
Because it's a narrowed, exposed situation
Correct.
that puts the person in high vulnerability.
Correct.
Right? High vulnerability meaning there's no cover. There's not even concealment except for those little niches. Every once in a while, there's a little cover.
Yes.
But him and Paige and you are exposed. They're in the fatal funnel. And then even after, we saw on your body cam, even after Hernandez, who got shot in the head?
Lieutenant Martinez.
I'm sorry. I knew it. Lieutenant Martinez got skinned. Even though he got skinned, you saw Adrian didn't move. He didn't run out the back.
No.
He stayed in the fatal funnel.
Yes.
Because that person could have done this and could have done this. I mean, it's that easy. It's like bop, 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 and people are dead. But Adrian didn't move. Right?
Right.
He remained in danger by being in that school.
Yes.
Is that fair? And so did you, right?
Yes.
And so did Sergeant Page.
Yes.
And Martinez has already been injured.
Yes.
And tactically, and I think we'll ask Sergeant Page, but him yelling to the other side, even though I know his heart wanted to check on Martinez, tactically that was not a good decision.
No.
Right, because now you're notifying the shooter that you have people on this side. So there could have been a scenario where this guy thought, I'm outpowering these people, and he would come out with his weapon, and then that would have given you, Adrian, and Paige an opportunity to shoot.
Could have, yes.
Right, but so Paige, and I'm not ragging on him for it, him yelling out was not tactically sound for that circumstance.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, given your position is tough to do, but I understand why he did it.
I do too. I mean, he cares about Martinez, but I mean, I'm just saying you don't want a shooter to know where you're at.
No, you don't.
Element of surprise is a big deal.
Yes.
And so he does that, and Adrian stays in that hallway.
Yes.
And the only time that Adrian leaves that hallway is when the chief tells him, you can hear Adrian saying, are you breaking? Can anyone break from in here? Right?
Yes.
Can anyone's radio work? Is what it translates to. And no, so the chief, and you heard the chief say, call SWAT.
Yes.
And so the only time Adrian leaves danger is when the chief tells him to go outside and call for backup.
Yes, sir.
For call for heavier power, because now we have a barricaded individual. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you heard at some point, people didn't even know if kids were in these classrooms, right?
I can tell you, I didn't know.
You didn't know. But you can hear Adrian is calling also. People are trying to call the front office.
Yes.
Are there classes in, right?
You can see on my body cam, yes, I'm doing that. Yes.
And the reason why is two things. Number one, because that school does not have a designated officer. Police
Not
officer.
to my knowledge, no.
Adrian was assigned to the high school.
Yes, he was.
That's why Adrian is even asking, where is the 4th grade building? He asked somebody else, right? That makes sense to you.
Makes sense, yes.
And so everyone is trying to figure out, not everyone, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but Adrian and yourself and maybe one other person are asking, are there kids in these classrooms?
Yes.
Another factor is because there was a special day, it was end of the school year,
Yes, sir.
and there was award ceremonies going on.
Yes, sir.
We had heard of award ceremonies going on in the high school.
Yes, I believe the high school was doing a picnic or something.
Yeah, at Mexican Park.
Yes.
That's a slang, that's what you guys call it, Mexican Park. And then over here, there was award ceremonies going on in the middle school as well.
Yes, sir.
Elementary school, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, elementary school.
And so that's another reason why people were asking, are these classrooms even full?
Yes, sir.
But it made the situation even more dangerous because at some point, Adrian, Sergeant Page, and yourself, Sarge, you see sheetrock. You know that there's bullets going through.
Yes, sir.
So those hallways, at best, were just concealment.
Yes, sir.
I mean, and that's why giving your position is not tactically sound. But there wasn't going to be any protection if that shooter wanted to just shoot through the wall.
Yes, sir.
You, Adrian, and Sergeant Page, and Martinez and Mireles on the other side could have potentially been killed.
Gonzales.
Gonzales, but Mireles eventually came in, but Gonzales, yes, could
Yes,
have
sir.
been killed, right?
Yes, sir.
But Adrian stayed in the hall.
Yes.
And we noticed that all the other people that we saw on your dash cam, the ones behind you, they didn't end up in the hallway, right? They didn't come in from the south behind you.
No, at that moment, no.
I mean, and there was a number of officers there that we saw on your dashboard.
Yes.
Right? And so you knew who was on the other side, Martinez and Canales, but those officers, we don't know where they were.
Well, to be fair, I didn't know exactly who was quite a distance on the other side. I didn't know who was there and who was not. I know that Adrian was on my side and Pete was also on my side and Paige.
Yes, sir. But all I'm saying is, when we saw the dash cam, those officers, they didn't make it into the building.
Not behind me, no.
Yes, sir. Do you remember when the government asked you that calling SWAT is opposite of confronting a shooter? Do you remember that question?
No.
You don't remember that question?
I don't.
Well, then I'll remind you of the
Sure.
question. The government, Bill asked you, Mr. Turner asked you, calling SWAT, that's opposite of confronting the shooter. He asked you that.
Okay.
And you seemed befuddled by it. You seemed confused by it. That's a confusing statement question. Would you agree?
I was confused by, I know what you're saying now, yes, and yes, I was confused. Maybe that's probably why I don't remember.
Yeah, well, it's forgettable. And so all I'm saying is the fact that if someone's calling SWAT, you're not cowering or running away. You're following orders because you've gone as far as you can go in a circumstance. You've put yourself in a fatal funnel. You've put yourself in danger. You've
Yes.
drawn your weapon. Everybody is halted because now someone is barricaded. Officers have taken rounds, and your chief says, go call SWAT. That's not someone running away from danger, is it?
No.
Did you ever see Randy Hill make that call? Because he
Which
was the one
call?
assigned to this call initially, right? The one in the corner?
Oh, yes, sir.
I mean, the one that's standing outside his car when you drove by?
If that was him.
That's Randy Hill.
Okay.
One of them is Randy Hill. Did you know if he ever made the call? Did he ever get to the building? Did he ever?
I do not know that. I don't know.
I'm just going through my notes. Now you said something in the video, or someone did, maybe it's not you, so please correct me. You said we had him contained.
Yes.
And he was contained, right?
Yes.
Because technically, if you initial officers, you 5 at the beginning,
Correct.
didn't go into that hallway, he technically could have not only focused on 112 and shot those other children that made it, he would have been focused on doing that. He could have been distracted by you in the hallway, right?
Yes.
He was so distracted that he came out to shoot at some of you.
Yes.
So you, yourself, Paige, Adrian, Martinez, Canales, the chief, you guys had distracted him from continuing his carnage, right? To continuing doing what he was doing.
I know he shot at us, yes, sir, and stopped, and he stopped shooting, I guess.
And is it fair that there's no way for him to know when or if you guys were going to breach?
No, he
Right?
did not know.
So that could have been on his mind, right? Could have
Sure.
been. And so that's a distraction. Now, but if you weren't in the hallway, and if he had intent, because the evidence has shown he had a lot of rounds on him, a lot of magazines with bullets in them. He could have walked from that classroom to the next classroom, 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 and without you being in the hallway, you and Adrian being one of the first ones in the hallway, and Paige, and Canales, and Martinez, he could have gone through that whole school and shot up the whole school. Could have.
Could have, yes, sir.
Nothing would have stopped him but for 5 officers containing him in that room.
Yes, sir.
And then eventually 376 showed up, right?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Now there was a period of time in the video where the government asked you about Adrian holstering his weapon. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Where was Adrian when he holstered the weapon?
He was on the south.
God bless you. Where was he at?
He was on the southeast corner of the building.
Southeast corner, inside or outside?
Outside.
Outside. Was there any gunfire going on over there?
No.
Do you always have to worry about crossfire, friendly fire?
Yes, sir.
So if you don't have a threat in front of you, is it prudent and reasonable and per training that you holster your weapon if there's not a threat in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, and if you train, I mean, how long does it doesn't take long to have a jacket on, but I mean, you can just, you can draw a weapon quickly, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, so holstering a weapon when there's no threat is reasonable, right?
Right.
Your weapon was holstered out there.
Yes, it was.
Now, you said a lot of things out there. You were saying, well, I want to talk about friendly fire before we talk about what you were dispatching and what equipment you were asking for.
Yes, sir.
And you guys just had to do it. You kind of threw your own safety, the wings, everybody runs in. You were in a tactical, not just in a fatal funnel, but if Martinez is on the other side with Canales and Adrian's on this side, Paige, you're here, you and the chief. What is this potential when you have blue on blue?
Yes, that was a concern.
And what is that called? Crossfire?
Crossfire, yes, sir.
Or blue on blue? And so, but in that situation, you did what you had to do, right? All of you did what you had to do. But that was a potential concern as well.
Yes, it was a potential concern.
But back to you being outside. So you and Adrian go outside. Adrian is commanded or asked or told by the chief to go outside. He listens. Reasonable request. You go outside also because you can't break either.
Correct.
And you're a sergeant. And so you're out there and you're asking for flashbangs.
Yes,
if
sir.
we have them.
Yes.
What are flashbangs?
Distraction devices, sir.
And now you typically would you use those if there was a room full of children?
It's hard to say. I mean, what I was doing, I knew that we were gonna have to confront the individual, and I prefer to have a distraction device,
Right.
given that we just took rounds.
Right. Now you didn't know that there was a room full of children, by the way. So
No.
you want options, right? Is that
Correct,
a fair statement?
yes.
So you're asking for options, and the way flashbangs are used is it goes and it creates this explosion.
Correct.
So a bad guy could maybe be distracted by that, and then you guys could come in,
Correct.
right, and do something.
Yes.
And there's all different kinds of ways to distract.
Yes.
But that would be one of them.
One of them, yes, sir.
Do you think that, speaking of distract, do you think that Saucedo and Mendoza could have distracted the shooter before he went into the building on the west side?
Could have, yes.
They could have, right?
Yes.
Now, you also asked for a Halligan tool. They've heard a lot about a Halligan tool, so I'm going to just jump in. That's a tool to help pry open a door, especially for an outward swinging door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Much more difficult to deal with that
A
scenario.
lot more difficult, yes.
And so you asked for that, correct?
Yes.
And after you asked for that, this is where we can hear Adrian trying to verify, are there children in the classrooms on the video?
Yes.
So you're still figuring things out.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Judge, I didn't realize the time. Do you want me to pause right here? I can kind of cut it. It's lunchtime.
Go on. Keep going.
Okay. I don't want them mad at me if they can be mad at you.
We gotta finish this one, so, we're not, so let's go.
Okay, Judge, well, I'm doing my best. So you guys are trying to figure this out still.
Yes.
Okay. And then as you're figuring it out, at some point, because I know that they asked you about this,
Mhm.
Adrian's posting up on the southeast corner, and he's looking, and that was a reasonable thing to do, right?
I thought so, yes.
I mean, because there's people coming up this way.
Yes.
Meaning officers, and there's some defects on the window, maybe some rounds that have come out.
Correct.
And so two things can happen. Someone can be shot from that window.
Yes.
It's kind of a sniper situation.
Correct.
Or the person, the individual suspect could be trying to escape.
Could, yes.
And if they're trying to escape, then that's when you guys would confront them, right?
Yes.
And so someone, that's truly containing. So once again, he's following his training, taking on the role of containment on the backside, because he
Yes.
knew the hallway was covered.
Correct.
And during that time, the government asked you about kind of this, it sounded like and it looked like Adrian was just figuring it out like you are. And he says, I saw a teacher on the ground, right?
Yes.
Now, you didn't hear his interview, but he explains that he didn't know at the time it was a teacher. Once he made contact with her, he knew that was a teacher at that time, right?
To be honest with you, sir, I don't know what he was saying. I know he was trying to.
Okay.
I think he was just thinking out loud, trying to explain what was going on and rationalize
Right.
what was going on.
He's just figuring out, he says, I saw a teacher on the ground, I thought she had tackled somebody, I saw her running, right? So
Correct.
and you didn't hear his interview, but he saw someone running, and the call was someone's running towards the school with a gun. And so he gets the call, because you heard the dispatch, someone running towards the school with the gun. And where did Adrian drive?
Into the school.
Into the school, towards the
Just
school.
asking the answer is repetitive there.
All right, so you saw that. So Adrian is recollecting recollecting that in his mind. So when you talk about considering, because the government asked you about considering the backdrop, anytime you have shooting around a school, you're never going to have a perfect backdrop.
No.
Right? I mean, if in a courtroom, there's never going to be a perfect backdrop. I mean, these officers, I mean, you're always going to have that situation,
Correct,
especially at a school.
Yes.
I mean, that doesn't mean you don't act at all and do something.
No.
Right. And from your knowledge, you know, and from what you experienced, you saw Adrian act, correct?
I'm sorry?
You saw Adrian act as you approached at 11:35:10?
Yes.
He ran into the school?
Yes.
He stayed in the school, correct?
Yes.
In the hallway?
Yes.
And he remained in danger until given further instruction?
From what now
the
we
chief.
played from the video that we saw, the dash cam, or body cam, yes.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
Will we continue?
Yeah.
This is the case of the state versus Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've been here 2 weeks talking about Adrian Gonzales, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can we start with Adrian Gonzales that day?
Yes, sir.
We've had a stipulation around 11:31:55, give or take a few seconds. Adrian Gonzales is parked on the south lot.
Yes, sir.
We have a stipulation that the gunman entered the west wing around 1 minute and 3 seconds later. Correct?
Yes, sir.
During that time, y'all show up about halfway in between that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
About 30 seconds in. And we know from your I'll make sure I have that photograph.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take an hour for lunch. Get back as quick as you can. We'll see you back in an hour. Remember my instructions. Let everyone rise for the jury. See if you can find the photograph.
Okay, so, Tali, you were telling me you thought that the prosecution, the defense had turned this into their witness.
They absolutely have. The prosecutor had a chance to make some points. They didn't finish off and really strengthen their case too much when they had Sergeant Coronado up, and the defense has done a phenomenal job of turning him. I feel like we've been listening to a defense witness the entire time.
It's really kind of stunning, and actually at one point you were saying, hey, they're done. Just go ahead and wrap it.
I think the cross-examination probably could have ended several minutes ago. They made really good points. I think the demonstration has been this is a failure of training, a failure of decision making, but not necessarily criminal activity.
Right.
And if you're going to characterize it as such, look at all of these other officers who had other opportunities, either similar to or more advanced opportunities than Adrian Gonzales had, and they didn't act. So what are we to determine is actual criminal activity versus an officer just making a decision based on tactics or strategy?
Well, and he talks about that, Salcedo and Mendoza had line of sight of the shooter, and Salcedo has an AR-15, wants to take the shot, doesn't take the shot.
Right. In fact, asked permission to do so, which he doesn't need to under the law. Could they have distracted, the defense attorney asked, do you think they could have distracted Ramos, the defendant? And he said yes. Had that back door been locked, would that have potentially slowed things down? Yes. There's all these contributing factors that they've now established on the defense side that really damages the state's case. In fact, so this morning I was saying that I definitely wanted to hear from Officer Gonzales. I don't know if that's needed anymore.
So you wouldn't put him on the stand now?
At this point, unless the government, the state can somehow salvage their case and turn things around, I don't know if they need to put him on the stand.
Would you even, if you were the defense, would you even put on a case? Would you just say they haven't proved it, the end?
Honestly, no. It really kind of depends on what they put forth. But at this point, I would be concerned if I was the state of the defense calling other officers that were at the scene and further establishing that this was part of the strategy, it was chaotic, these were decisions made within the moment. I don't even know if that's needed necessarily at this point, but that is something they could think about.
Well, and they also got him. They talked about how Nico LaHood talked about how there's these three officers. They have line of sight, and then he asked, do you think it's reasonable for someone who doesn't have line of sight and doesn't know where the shooting's exactly coming from, like Adrian Gonzales, to be held accountable? And he says he agrees that's unreasonable.
Right, which that's really all you need, right? So from the very beginning too, and this doesn't get talked about all the time, but the tempo, the tenor, the way the cross-examination was handled was so different than the way the state attorney asked his questions on direct. It was very kind of methodical, a little meandering, and immediately right out of the gate, the cross-examination was energetic. He was going at it. He made his points. At one point, he let on several occasions let things slip. I noted one, and he was indicating about Sergeant Coronado being there and how Officer Gonzales was in front of him, and he made a point of saying, "Well, I'm not saying that you should be prosecuted."
Oh yeah, I caught that.
Which I maybe a slip, maybe that was a little bit of getting to the subconscious of the jury, saying, "Well, wait a minute here." One of the star witnesses for the state. Yeah. So he definitely did a good job.
I also thought it was interesting that he repetitively used the language of the indictment.
Yeah, that was very smart as well.
That was interesting. And then the other thing I thought was he showed these pictures of these two officers that had arrived, and they're standing by their car, and they're like, well, they didn't run towards the school, and what about their training, and making that really crystal clear.
Yeah, I think the only way you might be able to salvage this as a prosecutor is that we're not conceding that these other officers also did not act in a potentially criminal way, right? Raise the standard for everybody. This is the officer we have decided to go against because he was one of the first responding. Their failure to act doesn't necessarily absolve them.
Right.
But then the question out there is, well, how come they haven't been charged?
Right.
I would almost say charge them all if you really think this is criminal.
And let the chips fall where they may.
Exactly. If this is truly how you believe, and I think the defense is doing a good point of this case is being brought for symbolic purposes only. We talked about it during break at one point. Say Ramos had not died during this and he was actually apprehended, would this trial even be happening? Most likely not. They would be trying Ramos. He's the person they would be going after. He is this evil individual who committed a heinous crime. all the attention and the energy from the state would be going towards him. He is not part of the equation anymore, and the state's looking for somebody else to hold accountable. And unfortunately, that's Adrian Gonzales.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. And it's because in many ways this trial has the feel of you were trying the shooter.
Right, exactly. The ballistics, the testimony from parents and teachers, the emotional testimony, yeah, that's something you usually see on somebody. And again, we talked about this earlier. Gonzales isn't being charged with doing something to the children. It's more failure to act. So bringing all of that in does seem kind of strange. That's something you would do to someone who was the shooter, like Ramos. Listen, I understand. I mean, we keep talking about it during breaks about how emotional it is and why aren't they doing something and why aren't they going in. And again, maybe it's a failure on decision making, a failure of training, or whatever the case may be. But does that rise to the level of a criminal conviction?
Yeah, and that's the thing I've always struggled with. You know, I've covered law enforcement a long time. You know, do you criminalize this? And
Right.
that has been, I've really struggled with that one. And that doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form that I will ever think that the police response out there was okay. But I struggle with that one. And then I struggle with this guy.
Yeah.
You know, him being charged. I
Yeah.
mean, because you have a whole lot of other officers out there.
That's all right. That's right.
And it's. I mean, there was no doubt there was a failure of law enforcement, but so do you put Salcedo on the stand? Do you put Mendoza on the stand? If I'm the prosecution,
Oof. After seeing what just occurred, I'd be very hesitant to do so.
do you wrap up your case right now? Are you done?
They can't. I mean, if I was a prosecutor, you have to find some way to salvage what just happened. You cannot rest on what we just saw.
Maybe you put a family member on.
Possibly try to pull it back, get back to the emotional heartstrings. I mean, we can't get away from the fear factor. I mean, this was a horrible, horrible tragedy.
Right.
And you keep going back to a bad decision making or bad training or whatever the case may be, but we can't ever let this happen again. This is how scary it was, this is how sad it was. There's all these families who, I just don't, I don't know. Schools are supposed to be the safest haven we have, right? I mean, our children spend more time at school than they do at home with us. And so you go back and you try to hit that home with the jury. And regardless of the evidence, maybe a jury thinks, you know what, we've got to hold somebody accountable. We have to send a message to the country, to law enforcement all over, that yeah, you run towards the bullets, you run towards the danger, you don't hesitate.
It's a hard one. Well, folks, we're going to take a break ourselves for lunch. We'll be back around 1:45, and I appreciate you for joining us. Thank you. Good afternoon, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter, joined again by Tali Hafar, who's been our legal expert this morning. Before we get started on analysis, I want to thank you for joining us. Tali's going to have to leave here in a few moments, and
Thank you for having me.
It's been great. Tali's always great during these trials. We have Terry Bentley Hill, who's going to be joining us again. She was here yesterday and was also great. Tali, well, what do you think?
So when court resumes, we're going to see a redirect by the prosecution. They're going to have to try to salvage the many good points that the defense attorney made on cross-examination. It's going to be a tough chore, but I believe that the defense has scored a lot of points here. So I'm curious to see what the prosecutor's going to do to try to salvage this.
Can they?
It'll be difficult with Sergeant Coronado, and you guys kind of got a sense towards the end of Coronado's testimony that he was being more agreeable with the line of questioning from the defense. The fact that other officers were there possibly could have done things to either slow down, distract, preclude in some way Ramos's actions, that other officers had a chance to maybe take a shot or do something. So it really seemed like he turned towards the defense side and in a way started being a little bit more defensive about his own actions. So it's going to be difficult for the prosecution.
Yeah, and let me reset just a little bit. We had all morning on the stand, we had retired Uvalde Police Department Sergeant Daniel Coronado was on the stand, and we saw his body cam and we heard dispatch recordings. It's his body cam where you get the most view of Adrian Gonzales's, going into the school and all that sort of thing. I got a text message from someone who was in the courtroom, and they said that it was a mic drop moment when the prosecution got Coronado to agree that Saucedo had the gunman in his sights with that AR-15 and didn't take the shot.
Yeah, and he really emphasized the point with the defense attorney saying, listen, when you are defending yourself or another from imminent threat of danger, bodily injury, death, do you need to ask permission? And Coronado said, no, you don't. And he said, well, was it unusual that he was asking you? And he did find it so. So you did have officers out there, other officers, who could have done something. But again, this goes towards the defense of we're looking at all this through a sterile environment. We're in the courtroom. We're analyzing this. We've had months and months and years to dissect everything. In that moment, each one of these officers could have done something. And it makes you think as a juror, does Officer Gonzales have to pay for the lack of decision making, for the fear, for the chaos, for the concern by a felony conviction?
Does he get held to a different standard? I mean, is that? I understand, that it doesn't mean you can't charge other people, but you get the sense through all the testimony and through the body cam of just how the chaos. They don't know what's happening. And I also thought it was important, and we didn't talk about this right before the break, the discrepancy in what gets actually broadcast out onto the radio. This 911 call is coming, and obviously police officers in the field, they've not heard that 911 call. 911 call comes out saying there's been a wreck and there's a man with a gun. But there's a whole lot more in that 911 call that doesn't get broadcast out to officers, and that does happen sometimes. It wouldn't be the first time. I've covered cases where there's a lot of detail in the 911 call that officers don't have.
Sure. Well, and yes, again, you're holding Officer Gonzales liable for the few seconds. Now, this entire situation unfolded over many minutes, right? Before it was ultimately resolved with Ramos's passing. But we're really dissecting the seconds that Gonzales had to make a decision. Did not have a lot of information, didn't get all of, like you said, the information from the 911 call to dispatch. He gets to the scene, he's trying to gather information. Coronado described it himself when Coronado got there. There could be 1, 2, 3 suspects. It's dark hallways.
Right.
There's an echo situation going on with the firearms. They're not sure if they're being fired at. They don't know if there's children inside the school or not because there's some sort of awards thing going on. Lots of confusion, and it's happening within moments.
Right.
So again, emotionally, as parents, as grown-ups, as anybody responsible, we want the police officer to run in there, kick the doors in, and do something.
Right.
But again, we're talking about the difference between a moral, emotional threshold versus a legal one.
Yeah, and we've talked about this. Holding officers accountable criminally is a really, I think, is still a difficult one. And and I thought that Daniel, Nico LaHood did a really good job when he was talking about how, you arrive there, but you park in one spot and then you drive around away from the gunfire, trying to make him explain that, because aren't you supposed to run to the gunfire?
Right. Kind of contradicts all that training that we've heard about earlier.
All this active shooter training,
right.
why are we waiting? Why aren't we running to the school? Because apparently we expect Adrian Gonzales to immediately run in the school.
Yeah. Well, and he did follow up with that, and he got Coronado to admit that Gonzales did go into the school, in fact was in front of Coronado,
right.
Stayed in that funnel, that fatal funnel, and only left the scene when ordered to by a commander, by his supervisor.
By Peter Arredondo.
To go outside and try to contact
tactical.
SWAT. So yeah, you can criticize the decision making, the training, the moment to moment thought process that Gonzales may have had, or the other officers there, but does that rise to the level of criminal liability?
Yeah, because they seem to want to hold, because the focus is around his immediate actions upon arrival.
Right.
And it's a really short period of time.
Right. Yeah, and that is any first responding officer could say, and I've questioned many of them both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. You're asking a lot. The first officer at the scene has to try to gather information that's being called in, not always clear, sometimes it's conflicting,
right.
Identify potential threats, identify potential victims, who can he help, what does he need, what type of reinforcements do you need. I mean, at that point when he first got the call out, again, the initial call was a car accident. And so there's all sorts of issues that are coming to play, and you're asking Officer Gonzales to make all these split-second decisions.
And make them perfectly.
Right.
Or you're going to be held criminally liable.
Yeah. And we keep going back to it. I feel for the families. In no way does this assuage any of that, right? I mean, the emotional loss of losing your child like that is devastating. But the issue becomes, is this Ramos's fault, the shooter? Is this the police department as a whole for lack of training? Or are we going to hold Adrian Gonzales responsible?
Yeah, and that's the hard part because, we've heard, testimony from these teachers and we've heard testimony from the parents that is just gut-wrenching. For me, actually, the part in the trial that, the part that hit me the most was they played the surveillance video from the school. And you couldn't see it, but you could hear it. Yeah. And you could hear one of the teachers calling 911, and you could hear the sounds of gunfire. And I thought, my God, the gunfire is never going to stop, Yeah. And then after that, and my heart just dropped. And then the other thing I thought for me that was really impactful was when they had the medical examiner testify and just go through kid by kid by kid. They're the ones that died, and I just and then we had a parent testified right after that, and it just you can't hear all that and not be affected. And they were saying at the beginning of the trial that there's not that all of these jurors, in fact I think anybody that is in that courtroom or is, listening to this, of course we're getting a little bit more of a sanitized version because we're not seeing everything, you're forever changed by it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and to your point, I mean, about the emotional part of it, I made a note of this before, and just kind of going through the timeline of things, and there were call-outs from officers, not necessarily with the testimony we heard today, but previously, about requesting resources and equipment and those ballistic shields and extra ballistic shields. And again, as a parent, you're thinking those little children didn't have resources. They didn't have ballistic shields. Just go help them, right? And when you're watching that body cam footage of Coronado's, there's this emotional, visceral reaction to all that. I mean, it's just a tragic situation all around.
It is hard, and it's hard. There's no good explanations for why it took them 77 minutes to finally make entry, and when you've got 370 plus officers out there, that is hard to explain. But but holding Adrian Gonzales accountable for the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's the resolution. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there's a failure in decision making, a failure in the chain of command in terms of how information went from one person to the other, failure in training, whatever the case may be. And they do need to be held accountable in that sense. What does that look like? I'm not sure. However, holding Adrian Gonzales out alone and essentially making him a scapegoat for those failures doesn't seem very just.
Yeah, and it's a difficult one, and I don't, it's obviously going to ultimately be for a jury to decide. What do you think? Of course, we don't know what the jury's going to do, but if you were going to make a case like this as a prosecutor, what did you need to do?
That's a very good question. I think that number one, establishing the emotional component is very big, because it is. It's sad, and anything and everything that could have been done to prevent the death of one child, much less 19 children and all the others who are injured, all of that should have been done. And pointing out all along the way things that did not occur to prevent that are things to highlight as a prosecutor. But we talked about this earlier. I do think it almost would have been more beneficial to the state to have brought charges against several of the officers. If we're going to hold officers to this standard, then all of them who failed to act in a similar way should be held liable. And if that had been the case, I think it would seem less that this is just a symbolic situation where we feel bad for the families. This has been a tragedy. We don't have Ramos to go after, so we're gonna put somebody on for trial. So I think as a prosecution, they likely needed to keep it a little bit shorter than it's been, get more to the point. The emotional part of it needed to get played up, which they've done a decent amount of, but they've also kind of meandered a little too often.
Okay, we have the judge on this.
Thank you. Members of the jury, my apologies. Something's come up that's beyond our control. A juror's wife has been taken to the hospital over lunch, and he's at the hospital. We don't know the status, and we do have alternates, but the problem is we need to know the exact status and his ability to be able to continue to serve before we impanel an alternate under the law. So I'm going to beg your indulgence, and I'm going to apologize to you, but in order for him to get a status update and give us more information, we're going to have to recess today to allow him to do that, and we will resume with you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. He's going to hopefully be here tomorrow at 8:30 to update us on what his ability to serve is. So remember my instructions, and please don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't listen to anything that may be in the media or watch anything that may be in the media. And we will see you back to continue with the redirect of this witness at 9 o'clock. All right, thank you all. Would you rise for the jury, please?
Okay, well, that was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
an unplanned situation. So court has recessed for the day because the a juror's wife is in the hospital and they're waiting to find out her status. And so
as the judge explained, they do have alternates available to step in. However, if that juror can return, then they want to keep the original 12. So the judge will give them enough time to make a determination if an alternate needs to step in or not.
Yeah, and so obviously that means that we're losing yet another basically half day. I mean, that's been, I think, the difficulty on this one.
And it's kind of interesting strategically. If you look at it, of course, we feel bad for whatever happened. Hopefully that spouse is okay. But strategically, we look at it on the lawyer's point of view. This gives both sides a chance to reassess. So the prosecution can go back, regroup, maybe examine a little bit more closely the points that the defense made on cross-examination and come up with a game plan to refute those or rebut them in some way.
So they have the night, basically.
Yeah.
And I think we're nearing the end of the prosecution's case. Where do you think, once they wrap up with him, where would you go next?
Well, I very much doubt that they're going to rest after the cross-examination we just saw. So they'll need to put up a couple more witnesses. I'm not sure if they're going to call any more officers because we'll see more of the same. The defense is going to point out different things that those officers did and didn't do and compare them to Adrian Gonzales, which is helping the defense establish the chaos of the moments and how many different things could have happened. So not really sure how they'll decide to wrap up with the next few witnesses. If I was a prosecutor, you always want to end on a pretty emotional note. So probably bring in another parent or teacher, individual who was either there or tried to get there, whatever the case may be, and bring it back to that point before making the defense decide if they want to put on a case or not.
And if you're the defense at this point, do you put on a case?
Like I said earlier, at this point, after the cross-examination done by the defense on Coronado, I think they're in a good place. I may not feel compelled to do so right now. Have to see what else they put on, what else the state's going to put on.
And again, sometimes less is more.
100%. And
you said earlier, you would not, at this point, you don't put Adrian Gonzales on the stand.
Yeah, I mean, early this morning and after looking at some of the previous testimony, I really did want to hear from him. I was putting myself in, I tell people all the time, it's not what I think or you think, it's what those 12 individuals think and how they view the case. And thinking about it this morning, as a potential juror, I would want to hear from Officer Gonzales. What was going through your head? Why didn't you run into that room? Give us some kind of explanation so that we can justify not finding you culpable for this.
Right.
But at this point, it does seem that Officer Gonzales, much like Saucedo and Mendoza and Coronado, were all kind of in the same boat. And they all showed up and they weren't sure what to do. And they did not intentionally, knowingly commit a crime. They were acting upon what they knew and trying to make decisions. Can we disagree with that? Of course we can. Emotionally, we want them to do something different. But I don't believe they're criminally liable at this point.
Okay. Well, thank you, Tolly, for
Thank
joining
you.
us. And our other guests had arrived, but obviously we'll be wrapping it up. And obviously thank you for watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the trial of former Uvalde Schools police officer Adrian Gonzales. Now, if you missed any of the testimony or analysis of the proceedings, you can go back and watch our YouTube page, and you can also watch right here on our Plus app. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Our coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. See you then.